affect what people eat and what we sell for export. That balance is very important. And I will probably go towards grains. But the other thing is we need to change even the way we look at the grains. And I always give this example, and I think that Wako is here, can give this example. If we had unga in this cup, maize, it cannot even feed Wako. I know they don't eat these days. But if we had muchere, it can feed all of us here. We need to change the green revolution. India, Southeast Asia, there are more people than we are. India is surpassing everybody in the world in the population. But you have never feared people have. Because they change.
All right.
And I know kwako mnatoka kuna chakula akiwa hapana ugali.
But Dr. Baraza, let me bring in on this issue of the Roots Party manifesto. Speaking about legalizing cannabis, yani weed. First, what would it take for that to happen? And is it a viable resource?
I think before I come to cannabis, I just want to chip in on what Prof has said about agriculture. We have strangled agriculture. I tried to farm. I got a big farm in Magarini. I tried to do pineapples. I tried to do sugarcane in Kwale. I tried to do mangoes. You hear of markets out there, but there is no support system for farmers in this country. I have now given up, but there is market out there. Now, the problem with this country is we like importing everything and anything because of what we stand to gain out of that. I know of so many youth who, in my endeavor to farm, I was meeting them in Kajiado. Young people, graduates, they are getting an acre here because they had, you can grow tomatoes, you can grow onions, but we strangled it. You go down Narok, young people on weekends going to Narok to get farms to try to grow wheat. So they are trying. It's not lack of will on the part of the youth. They are trying, but we strangle the agricultural sector because we want to import eggs. And of course, who is importing the eggs? And what about that scheme in Galana?
Galana Kulalu.
I mean, it was hyped. We all waited. We expected we are going to feed ourselves with that maize there. And then it just went silent. What happened? And of course, there is the issue of corruption. They are in this whole agricultural sector. Our youth can make a living and be rich within the agricultural sector. But we strangle it. Now, coming to cannabis, okay, they say there are countries who have who are making incomes out of it. I think they need to convince us and to show us real data and statistics on how much they are getting. And how we are going to protect our youth. I think the excited ones are not looking at it from the point of view of how much income. They are excited for other reasons. So we need to be convinced that it's not a dangerous thing that we are driving our youth into, and that actually wherever it has been legalized, wherever it has been made as part of the agricultural sector.
Kidogo tengeneza kitu hapo. Kidogo na vipi?
Graduates, they are getting an acre here because they had, you can grow tomatoes, you can grow onions, but we strangled it. You go down Narok, young people on weekends going to Narok to get farms.
tengeneze.
We want to maximize revenue streams, but we must remember that Kenya's problems are not just economic. We also have social problems.
Yeah.
We have political problems. So one of the things I'm finding with the discussion we are having is that there's a strong emphasis on economic needs, which is really, really good. That's progress because it means our democracies are maturing, but then we are pushing out some of the social and governance issues. They've kind of taken a backstage, and they have to go in tandem. On the issue of marijuana, there is a social side to it. Number one, right now, marijuana is illegal. Bangi is illegal in Kenya. What this means is there's a lot of young people who use the weed that are in prison because of owning or using small amounts of weed.
Yeah.
There are recommendations to decriminalize bangi so that you can deal with that problem, because I think that creates inequality and that fails to deal with, there's a disconnect between the law and the social reality.
Yeah.
So if we are going to go into marijuana farming commercially, we then need to look at marijuana in terms of its medicinal contribution, but also as a drug, and ask ourselves, how well are we managing our drugs at present? How well are we managing alcohol? How well are we managing tobacco? What are the health impacts of these drugs? Because they are drugs much as they are legalized. And marijuana has, different connotations because of the historical context. But the broader question is, what is the social support system?
Yeah.
Kenya is quickly developing a drinking problem. Our young people are quickly developing drinking problems. This has been exacerbated by our kind of skewed taxation that we have on alcohol that makes it cheaper for young people to take hard drinks than it is to drink maybe lower levels of alcohol. So we need to talk about social impacts of the decisions we make, economic decisions we make, so that we have a holistic conversation. So my view is we are looking at one aspect, but missing the bigger picture.
Okay. Asaska, is it a realistic proposal?
I find the Roots Party's Trevor proposal quite controversial and at the same time interesting. Like, if you ask me personally, I will look at it differently a bit. Yes, there's a social problem around drugs in Kenya. I don't doubt that fact. But if you look just around East Africa, if you look at Rwanda and Uganda, they've legalized the medicinal use of cannabis. And they're making money of it. They're exporting it just like tea or coffee. And they have investors who have come in and they're making money out of it. And that way they're having an alternative revenue stream that is helping develop the country. Yeah. So I'm not opposed to maybe looking at it differently and having tough guidelines surrounding the production of cannabis. Yeah. I think it's something maybe we can look at because currently we have 10 countries.
We don't have enough regulations to deal with the drugs we have currently. So if we add another one,
that's definitely an issue that needs to be addressed first. Yeah. And if you remember the late MP of Kibra, he brought the Cannabis Control Bill of 2018. Yeah. And he had good proposals in there because it can be used for medicinal value. Yes. And if we restrict it, not for recreational purpose, maybe we'll be able to have very strong guidelines that can ensure that it cannot be the drug cannot be misused.
Okay, Nerima. I'm not coming to you last on this.
Now, on that one, I like that you've come to me next because I feel I hold the same opinion as Asaska. It's about looking at the differences. It's interesting. It really is. Yeah. We're thinking outside the box because we have to. We're talking about a population that is majority youth. And not only is it now, it will be for decades to come. And we're talking about a global economy and a global citizen population that will continue to grow. Our health continues to improve, the standards continue to improve. So how are we managing? So things that are going to be key is access to resources, climate change, the environment, and managing pollution as we continue to increase and decrease the number of vehicles or the kind of transport and carbon monoxide going to the environment. Okay. So for me, looking at the regulations, if it's for medicinal use, it's very, very helpful for many people who are going through all sorts of long-term illnesses. It is even sometimes prescribed, and it's necessary for them to be able to survive. But then I think what a lot of people are worried about is the misuse of that. And it's the same with all the drugs that we're talking about, like Wanjiru has mentioned.
So, Prof, jump in.
I think I'll pick from what you said, and it's economics. If you legalize something, it loses that value it had. And it doesn't become like a gold, the black gold. But I think that what is important, and hearing that it has, and when you're right, it has the value in terms of medicinal. I think what you're balancing here is what do we do for export and what we do also for food security. So we need to balance that. So we can sell, but not at the expense. I think the first step is to ensure every Kenyan has enough food. That's the first thing. We can still plant flowers. We can plant tea. Tea plays two parts. It plays as an export, but also consume. But it's not food really. I cannot have tea and I say I've had lunch. So we need to be careful in that. The contribution to the economy is questionable, and I hope they have done their math. I've just looked at it, and we know economy. It's actually saying we are getting so much from it. But the most important thing is medicinal, because it's medicinal, it helps us now to be productive in other sectors.
Dr. Baraza, I know you still want to be convinced in terms of how much money it brings to the economy that have legalized it, but legally speaking, if that was to happen and make cannabis legal, what impact would it have on the previous rulings on people who are incarcerated as we speak for having had some marijuana on them? What impact would that create in the judiciary where you've served before?
If they legalize marijuana now, what it will have on the people in the cells? Well, I guess, is the law retroactive? No. I think the law doesn't apply retroactively, but I think the issue here is not the legalization. I think good points have been raised around Wajakoya's or that manifesto about marijuana. I think if it is properly managed, and personally I want to be convinced that it is of an economic value. If it is, then I think a law can be passed, an appropriate law can be passed. We put in place mechanisms to protect the youth from abuse, and then I think that will be okay. But I need to be convinced that there is some useful. It is a useful venture in terms of agriculture.
All right. Let me finish. I'll come to you. Go ahead.
As to and then that will take care of the abuse which has caused the fellows in the cells to be in the cells.
All right, Nasaska, you wanted to jump in?
Yes, I'd like to add on what Ms. Barasa has mentioned, that yes, definitely there's a social problem. We all agree. And if you look at the 10 countries, I'd like to clarify, the 10 countries in Africa that have legalized cannabis, they've only legalized for medicinal use except South Africa. South Africa has legalized both for medicinal use as well as recreational use. So yes, there's a fear around the social problem that the cannabis will bring about. But I also want us to look outside the box, as Nerima has mentioned, that, it's estimated that in Africa alone, cannabis has a market, is worth about $7 billion by 2023. So it's a market that maybe we could try and figure out how best we can get into for the benefit of our development agenda in the country.
Okay. Wanjiru?
Yeah, so I was going to just be clear that I'm not advocating that it don't be legalized. I think I'm actually a proponent of, if you look at the social reality, cannabis is being used. It's being used by youth. That's why they're winding up in jail. So first of all, it shouldn't have been criminalized, because people shouldn't be in jail because of smoking cannabis. That is quite regressive. And so that's a situation. But I think the case that what Jacoya is making is, let us legalize cannabis. And I say, yes, let us legalize it for medicinal, Also for social, because it's in use, and regulate it in the same manner that we would regulate other substances.
Okay.
But recognize that right now our regulation of other substances is not doing so well.
Yeah.
That there is a risk that we go in and legalize and we create a culture that is going to destroy our youth. And it's not just youth who have problems with substances, people our age, because we tend to moralize the use of substances instead of looking at maybe the practical. Maybe we don't deal with our mental health issues so well, maybe our social structures. So this is why I'm saying we need a proper policy framework that looks at the issue holistically, not just from an economic point of view, and definitely not from a moral point of view.
Okay, let's move away from the economy and now talk about the war on corruption. And Dr. Baraza, I'll start with you on this. You've been at the helm of the judiciary. What is really hindering the war on corruption?
The war on corruption is being hindered by corruption.
Corruption itself.
Yes.
Okay.
I think it is. Because we have institutions to fight corruption. We have the law to fight corruption. We have constitutional provisions, although we've watered them down, as Wanjiru says. So what is the problem?
Yeah.
And so we hear of cases of corruption, and they are major, and there are many, they are on a daily basis. They come to the courts, and probably you hear about them day one, and then that's the end of it. We just never hear of people getting convicted for corruption. So I don't know what happens, but I want to imagine that there is corruption in the fight against corruption.
People have blamed that on the judiciary for not expecting.
Well, I'm saying I'm not exonerating the judiciary from the corruption issue at all.
Yeah.
Because there are things you just can't explain. Or in other institutions, those other institutions to fight corruption.
When you say the things you can't explain, what do you mean?
You arrest people.
Yeah.
And by the time you go to arrest a person, you must really have a reason. So what happens beyond the arrest? All right? What happens beyond the being charged in court? I think there is so much which happens in that chain of dealing with corruption.
Yeah.
And my argument is that there is corruption, which is fighting to sustain corruption.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Prof, what then would be the solution?
Just deal with it head on.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no two ways about it.
The Roots Party is suggesting bringing back the death penalty.
You do the head on. And what am I talking about head on? We know some countries, you mess up and you are in. That's it.
Yeah.
Look, this terrorism. We, as African culture, we respect leadership a lot. That's how we've grown up, to respect leadership. I'll give you an example. Magufuli, and God bless his soul. Magufuli convinced Tanzania there was no COVID. Yeah, Majimaji, Milani. They believed him. We knew there was. But that trust of leadership. So today, that leadership tells us, Kenyans, I don't want this nonsense.
Yeah.
Yeah? Wako you show up, you're in. When they set it up, stay there until we sort it out.
Yeah. But
right now, she has an
presumption of
issue.
innocence
Somebody's
until
even
proven
going that we cannot arrest her.
Yeah.
Fine. You see the narrative you're going.
Yeah.
You are guilty and proved.
Innocent until proven guilty.
We'll prove you when you're inside there.
But Dr. Baraza, the reason I'm coming to you
Because
this is
with the animal you're dealing with,
firsthand.
the animal we are dealing with, and let's be a bit serious, and I think we are.
Yeah.
The animal we are dealing with, it's what is making our food expensive today.
Okay.
The animal we are dealing with is the one which is making very unsafe to go certain areas.
Okay. Let me bring back Baraza before I come to the rest of my panelists. How can it be dealt with, having dealt with this firsthand?
I think the issue of integrity is what is standing in the way on the fight against corruption. It's corruption It is lack of integrity.
Yeah.
And then we should deal with it seriously. Look at the people that we have in our institutions.
Yeah.
Are they corruptible? From where I sit, I think they are corrupt people.
Okay. But Prof, we have enough
who are not able to deal with corruption.
Yeah.
And that is how those cases go in such a zigzag manner that you never get to get the outcome there.
Okay.
If there you
Look at the word the president. He said last week.
Yeah.
Yeah. Huyu atafunga nyinyi. We are looking for people tutafungwa.
Okay. All right.
Why should a youngster, who is perhaps my grandson, is on the road with a 33 million car? What the hell have you got the car from? Okay. Surely, even if my father is built, whatever, is that a priority? Yeah. And I think she's right. It's in our bones. And you know, something in your bones, you have to go through the cancer process.
Yeah.
That's, you have to go through that process. At times we cut it off.
Okay. All right.
So here,
yes.
Sorry, let's just interject. We watered down chapter 6 of the Constitution.
Yeah.
We watered it down because right now I don't understand how people who are facing charges of corruption are the ones seeking the leadership position. How are they ever going to fight corruption? Our devolution, the gem of our Constitution, what is killing devolution is corruption.
Yeah.
And they are the same fellows who are benefiting from corruption in those counties.
Yeah.
And they are the same ones running for positions of leadership. How are they ever going to fight corruption?
Yeah.
I think their main aim is to come and preserve themselves. It is unfortunate we watered down chapter 6, and so we are going to go in circles on this issue of corruption.
Okay, Wanjiru, I'll come to you and talk about this, but let's cross over now to Busara Naman, who's standing by. This time it's not you, Prof. Busara Naman is standing by with the security situation at the Catholic University of Eastern Africa, where this multimedia broadcast is coming to you live. Busara?
Na mtazamaji, moja kwa moja tuangazie swala zima la usalama katika chuo hiki ambapo mdahalo unafanyika, na kwa mengi zaidi tunaungana na mkuu wa kitengo cha usalama. Moja kwa moja ningependa ukaribie na uanze kwa kujitambulisha alafu tuendelee.
Kwa majina naitwa Benjamin Mwanzi, Sub County Police Commander Lang'ata.
Na ningependa utueleze, je, ni mikakati gani ambayo mmeweka kuhakikisha kwamba tuko salama, na je tusiwe na wasiwasi?
Nataka kuhakikisha wa Kenya na watu wote ambao wamefika pande hii na kwamba usalama uko sawa sawa. We have made the necessary arrangements. Tumekuwa hapa since the governor's debate, and since then we have been scaling up security. Kwa sasa hizi security kwa sawa sawa, na nahakikisha wananchi ya kwamba wasiwe na wasiwasi yote. Tumeweka usalama ya kutosha.
Naam, basi tayari ameshatueleza kwamba kila kitu kiko shwari, inamaanisha kwamba tusiwe na wasiwasi. Lakini cha mno, je, bado mnaangazia ni akina nani wanaingia? Ni waalikwa tu ama mnaruhusu mtu yoyote?
Si mtu yote anakubaliwa, ni wale wamealikwa. Iko vetting kwa gates, iko vetting, iko several vetting areas kabla hujafika mahali ya debate. So ni wale wamealikwa peke yake, wako na cards, tuna verify kabla hawajaingia. So watu wasikuje isipokuwa wale wamealikwa, na tunaomba wale wamealikwa nao wakuje, na wale watu walitupea wakasema wao ndio wataandamana nao, wasiongeze watu wengine zaidi kwa sababu ya the logistics ambazo tumeweka huko ndani.
Naam. Bila shaka mtazamaji, huyo ni Benjamin Mwanzi, ni OCPD wa Lang'ata, ambaye anatujuza mengi kuhusiana na shughuli nzima ya usalama katika eneo hili, na kama alivyosema kila kitu kiko shwari. Kwa hivyo mtazamaji, kama uko nyumbani endelea kutazama kwenye runinga yako, kama uko na radio sikiliza, kama uko na bundles basi angalia mtandaoni mtazamaji, uweze kujionea yote yanayojiri katika mdahalo wa leo wa wagombea wenza. Kufikia hapo narudisha upande mwingine wa studio kwako Trevor.
Asante sana Busara Naman, kila kitu kiko shwari. Yeah, Kiswahili. Wanjiru, let me bring you back into this. You've been dealing with this issue of corruption for the longest time now. What are the best options of dealing with it?
Great, yes. As an institution, we deal with social accountability, which is really strengthening citizen voice for accountability. Corruption proper, you're looking at abuse of office and you know, the penalties and the kind of remedies you have on that. And how do we deal with the problem of corruption? First of all, is to recognize that, as Prof has said, as Daktari has said, it's become a part of our culture. In 2015, I think it was, the Aga Khan University published a study on youth perceptions and expectations, and youth said it doesn't matter how you make your money, as long as you make your money, and corruption's not a big deal. So if you're going to talk about prudent use of public resources to youth, it's not going to resonate, because the interest is to make money by any means. We become very consumerist. Our value system is about consumption, and it's about acquiring money so that I can consume, like Prof is saying, enjoy a big car, the soft life. So one, we need to deal with the culture. The other thing, of course, it's about leadership, and it is about Chapter 6. And so we are looking for a political party that is serious about Chapter 6, that's making some good, strong recommendations, and have a track record on delivery. The problem we are having, and it's a crisis that's facing us, is we are having more and more leaders who have violated public office, who are involved in drug cartels or money laundering cartels, rapes and violations, and are actually in court. Sometimes it's rumors, sometimes they're even in court, and they're able to get into public office. And as Daktari has said, what will they do once in office? They will water down the law. So we are caught in a cycle.
So it's a vicious cycle.
It's a vicious cycle, but we must give ourselves some opportunity for hope. Number one, as we go to vote, Kenyans must refuse to vote for leaders who are implicated in corruption or other forms of abuse of public office, socially. Number two, we need to align with leaders who have expressed their interest and have a track record in fighting corruption. And then also in our own...
When you hold that thought in just a bit, there's an important process that's coming through. This time it's not Prof again, it's you, interruptions coming through. Let's go. So twice now, so at least now you're even. Nimrod Tabu is standing by with the balloting process. It's an important process, and he'll explain why. Nimrod?
Asante sana Trevor Mbija kutoka studio nyingine. Hapa tuko katika sehemu moja muhimu, na kama unavyoona ninao wagombea wenza wawili ambao tayari washafika tayari kwa mdahalo wa leo. Bi Justina Wamae hapa na Bi Ruth Mutua tayari kuanzisha kipenga chetu cha mdahalo wa leo. Lakini kazi iliyoko hapa ni kazi fupi ndogo ya moja kwa moja kuweza kumchagua yule atakayeingia jukwani wa kwanza, yule atakayerushiwa maswali ya kwanza na kujieleza wa kwanza. Kwa hivyo Bi Ruth na Bi Justina, ningeomba tu kwa wepesi tu kila mmoja aweze kuchukua karatasi yake ambayo ni kura, halafu moja kwa moja tuweze kuzionyesha kwenye mpiga picha. Moja kwa moja mwaweza kufanya hivyo, maana nishawapa kibali. Ameanza Bi Justina, akafuatia Bi Ruth. Moja kwa moja kuweza kufungua tuweze kujua. Haya basi, ni kama unavyoona upande wangu wa kushoto, nambari wa kwanza atakaye anaingia jukwani si mwingine ila Bi Justina, wa pili atafuatia ni Bi Ruth. Na moja kwa moja basi niwaeleze kwa kifupi tu, kwa kuwa yule anaingia kwanza anaingia sehemu ya kushoto kuangalia wale wageni walioko mbele yetu. Kwa hivyo ni shughuli tu ya moja kwa moja kuingia na kuweza kuanza kusubiri mdahalo kuweza kuanza rasmi. Asanteni sana na natakia kila laheri. Asante.
All right, asante sana Nimrod Tabu. That's Nimrod Tabu during the balloting process. Now that's an important process because now we know Justina Wamae of the Roots Party is taken number 1 and Ruth Mutua is number 2. What that means is Justina will be the first one to make her opening remarks and also the first one to make her closing remarks. That's the reason why the balloting process is important, so that we align on who goes first, right? Yeah, you're finishing your thoughts on recommendations of dealing with corruption.
How do you deal with this monster of corruption? Number one is implement the law, because there are provisions. We need transparency. We need to know who the beneficial owners of public-sponsored projects are when you have private sector working with with government, because what we are having is government officials enriching themselves through public schemes. So beneficial ownership, we need transparency, disclosure of the contracts. We are in court over the SGR. There is also a case on the Nairobi Expressway and many other. So we need to enforce the law. We also need to revisit our civic education, because how did we manage to overthrow the dictatorial, authoritarian Moi regime? there was a lot of civic education done in the 90s to ensure citizens owned their democracy and, were pushing for a democratic dispensation. Unfortunately, after the NAC administration came into office, we continued with civic education, but we lost the tempo. And under the Jubilee administration, there's been no civic education at all. Okay. So citizens are really not in step with our governance structure, which is becoming more and more sophisticated. So we need to go back to civic education, look at countries that have transformed their culture. And I remember, Prof, when you were at the Vision 2030 talking to us about some of the examples and how you do education at the family level, you do it at the community level, promote leadership and good
values. Again, I have to disrupt you one moment now. I'll come back to Nedima. And so now she has 3 against 2. We're taking a quick break here. When we come back, debate 1 will be taking place right after this break, all right?
What is a secondary school in Kenya? It ranges from 106 high-cost national schools educating 3% of the learners, where you find ultra-modern libraries and laboratories, the most experienced principals and teachers, and the best teacher-student ratios. To 7,019, some barely established, understaffed, lacking basic facilities, sub-county schools, educating over 60% of learners. Given that KCSE is the most consequential examination in our education system, isn't it fair that we level the ground for all learners to excel by narrowing the capacity gaps between the worst and best schools to deliver quality education? Usawa Agenda calls for a sub-county schools upgrading program and a change from the capitation model to enable small schools to grow. Without these, SDG 4 is a false promise to most Kenyan children.
Karibu Cam. By offering market linkages, networking opportunities, and technical assistance, Kenya Association of Manufacturers assists its members to grow and scale up their businesses. Join us and let us work together to grow the manufacturing sector. Becoming a CAM member is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Kenya Association of Manufacturers, driving global competitiveness.
Naweza tembea Kenya yote bila kuzuiwa.
Kenya is one country that is not that most admired because of marathon runners.
Our culture is one of the best in the world. Kenya ni nchi bora, yani yapendeza tu.
And divide. We become them and us.
Tumetoka na mauaji ya kiolela yanayofanyika katika mitaa yetu duni.
Compassion and respect. Our actions become more powerful. Together we can change the world.
My core experience can be summarized in a nutshell as one of transformation. I think once I joined this campus, I didn't have a vision of where I wanted to be. I didn't know who I was and what I wanted to do with my life. And I feel like the environment and the people who've mentored me along the way have enabled me to find out who I am and have helped me figure out where I want to go in this life. They have a good quality education, which I 100% vouch for.
Enroll at Catholic University of Eastern Africa for courses in nursing, law, business, economics, computer science, education, community health and development, actuarial science, international relations, counseling psychology, regional integration, and theology. September intake ongoing at Langata and Eldoret campuses. Email admissions@quer.edu or visit quer.edu. Quer for innovative, marketable graduates.
Check it. Let's talk about banking. Or let's talk about dreams and goals. Your dreams, your goals.
If you're like Louise, you value doing this with ease. Or maybe you're like Dan, a family man with a plan. At Diamond Trust Bank, it starts with one dream, one goal, one deposit, and one transaction. Pamoja, let's make it happen. So don't just bank with us, bank on us. Good evening and welcome to the Pope Paul VI Learning Resource Center at the Catholic University of Eastern Africa in Nairobi. My name is Francis Gashuri of Citizen TV and Inoro TV.
Na jina langu ni Zubeida Kome kutoka kituo cha KTN News. Karibuni popote pale mnapotupokea katika mjadala huu kati ya wagombeaji wenza wa kiti cha urais katika uchaguzi ujao wa mwezi Agosti.
This is the first of two debates involving running mates of the four candidates cleared to run for president. In this debate, we are hosting Ruth Wangoi Musheru, the deputy presidential candidate for the Agano Party, and Justina Wamboe Wamai, the deputy presidential candidate for the Rhodes Party.
Na kulingana na maelekezo yanayothibiti hafla hii, wagombeaji wenza wa urais wana muda wa dakika 90 za malumbano kati yao wenyewe, malumbano ambayo pia yataelekezwa na maswali kutoka kwangu Zubeida na mwenzangu Francis Gashuri. Maswali ni yetu wenyewe na hayajajadiliwa kati yetu na yeyote yule ndani au nje ya kampeni husika.
And indeed, our questions are clustered into 6 segments, each running for 15 minutes. As per our debate rules, each candidate has 2 minutes to make an opening statement, 2 minutes to answer a question, and 60 seconds for a rebuttal. The topics have carefully been selected through a thorough assessment of sentiments over Kenyans across the country.
Na maelekezo yetu pia yanashauri na kuwataka wagombeaji wote kuendeleza mjadala huu kwa lugha nia na njia zinazohifadhi heshima kati yao, kati yetu hapa na hata kwa watazamaji wanaofuatilia matangazo haya mbashara. Hii ina maana kwamba lugha isiyofaa, ikiwa ni pamoja na maneno yanayoweza kupewa tafsiri ya matusi, hayataruhusiwa kwenye mjadala huu.
The same responsibility shared by the audience seated here in the auditorium. Debate rules do not permit any cheers or jeers, except now, when we turn our attention to the debate platform to welcome the Deputy Presidential candidates, Justina Wamae and Ruth Musheru.
Naam. Kulingana na kura ambayo imepigwa awali kuambatana na wanaowania wakiwa wagombea wenza kwenye kinyang'anyiro cha urais kwenye uchaguzi mkuu ujao, Justina Wamae wa Ruth Party ndiye amepata nambari ya kwanza, kumaanisha kwamba ndiye atazungumza akiwa wa kwanza, na vile vile tuko naye Ruth Musheru wa chama cha Agano. Karibuni sana.
Welcome, ladies, and for purposes of this discussion, allow me to refer to you as Madam Justina and Madam Ruth. Welcome.
Thank you.
Let me start with you, Madam Justina. You have 2 minutes to tell us why do you want to be Deputy President in the Republic of Kenya?
Thank you very much, Kashori and Zubeida, and thank you everyone who is here. We appreciate. Justina Wamae is emotionally intelligent. She's vibrant. She's someone who looks into the future. And given the fact that I was born in Kibera and I am where I am today, I feel I've achieved, which is encouragement to anyone at home. In 2013 and 2017, I must say I was a consumer of this production. I was at home watching, but today I'm part of the production. So I feel very humbled. And given that I understand the role of a DP, that you deputize the president in all execution of his duties, I am ready for it. My educational background in procurement, having a master's in procurement, links with the public service. We are out to run an efficient government, a government that looks into how we are managing our money. So that gives me the upper hand. And again, being 35 years a youth, I can resonate with the challenges the youth are facing. Besides, I had ran for Mavoko in 2017, member of National Assembly. And many people were asking why the member of National Assembly. My drive then was to go into National Assembly and formulate and sponsor bills that are youth responsive. So when I speak here, I know the plight of the youth, I know the plight of the women, and my focus is telling the Kenyans the truth, that it is not easy, but we are going to make it. The future is beautiful for Kenya, and that is what Roots Party stands for.
Naam, shukran sana Bi Justina. Bi Ruth, una muda wa dakika 2 kuanzia sasa kutueleza mbona unatosha kuwa makamu wa rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya.
Asante sana Zubeda. Nashukuru the media council that you have given us the chance to sell our manifesto and tell the Kenyans what we have for you. I am Ruth Musheru. I am a daughter. I am a wife to one Mr. Mutua. I am a mother, and I'm here before you to tell you what Agano is coming to change and the required change that all Kenyans have been waiting for. And to ensure that whatever you desire and whatever you want to achieve, Agano gives you. And what our policy is that we bring the money back. Agano inarudisha pesa ya Wakenya.
Welcome. And once more, Madam Justina, the role of Deputy President is outlined in the Constitution. Do you understand that role well? And how would you utilize it if elected Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, together with your presidential candidate in the August 9th general election?
In the Constitution, the role of Deputy President is outlined in Article 147. The first sub-article says that you're to deputize the President and in execution of his duties. I understand this because currently we're having challenges, and maybe it's because of the aspect that politics in this country has taken. Politics is about numbers, they say. Politics is about tribal inclination and who has the tyranny of numbers. But our idea as Roots Party is that every Kenyan is having the challenge of unemployment, high cost of living. So we are here to speak to an individual Kenyan, devoid of tribe. And when I stand here, how am I going to execute? My work is not to start fighting my boss and telling him, I brought this in, I am better than you in this. No, my role is to support the Roots Party manifesto, which, by the way, it focuses on economic upswing, which we shall discuss, and legalizing and regulation of marijuana, which we shall also discuss in length. So I understand my role well, and for me, I do know that there's a president who is the supreme, and then I come in as a support system.
Madam Ruth, similar 2 minutes to respond to this question. Your understanding of the role of Deputy President, and how would you execute that function of Deputy President if elected in about 20 days?
We know that Deputy President is the second highest political seat. So my business is to assist the president. My business is to sit in while the president goes out on duty. My business is to ensure that this country runs as long as the president has given me the mandate to do so. So Kenyans will not have the gap. And for me to have been picked as the lady of Agano Party, I am coming in to bring a balance. I am coming in to bring a change and decision making on the woman level and the youth level.
Bado una kidogo, samahani, una dakika moja unusu, bado na dakika 20, sekunde 20, bado una la kuongeza au umekamilisha?
Makamu wa rais huwa anasaidia rais mwenyewe, huwa anasaidia kutekeleza majibu ile the work that has been given to her in the presidential aspect. So my business is to assist. My business is to play the part of assisting and implementing what the captain and the 5th Mwaure David has stipulated.
Na hapo basi ndio nitaingia. Justina amesema kazi ya makamu wa rais ni kusaidia. Je, mnakuja kusaidia tu? Mna mawazo? Ni watu ambao mnaweza kushauri, au umechaguliwa kwa sababu nyinyi ni wanawake? Wewe binafsi umechaguliwa kwa sababu wewe ni mwanamke, au ni kwa sababu una uwezo?
Kwanza hilo swali la kwa wanawake, Ruth and I are assuring Kenyans hakuna catfight hapa, si ndio?
Hakuna.
We are going to share and execute what Roots Party requires. We are just not only supporting. The Deputy President has a role in giving their voice. And my role there is to amplify the youth voice, to amplify the women voice, because as it is where we are, I am happy because in leadership, we have women in leadership, but we need more. So our role is to put in that the women also can add value. We are here to represent, or I'm here to represent the Kenyan woman in the kitchen who knows the high cost of cooking oil. It's affecting her. I'm here to represent the women who fuel their own cars. I'm here to represent the stay-at-home women who, when you tell your husband to give you money, he starts thinking you're not spending the money well. Yet it is the economy that has deteriorated. There's so much inflation. So it is not just to support. That is part of it. Part of it is to amplify our agenda as women, who we have been left behind for a very long time in this development agenda. So kusupport na kuweka sauti zetu kama mimi, kama wanawake na kama vijana.
Madam Ruth, what is your voice then? What, arguably in the political sphere, somebody would ask you, what do you bring to the table? So what do you bring to the table in terms of capacity, in terms of the understanding of this role, in terms of your ability to execute the functions of Deputy President, if Kenyans give you the nod in about 20 days in this election?
Okay, what I'm bringing in, one is the difference in leadership. That now, for the first time, to make history, is that we will have a lady deputy president. That for me is a key factor. I am coming in with intelligence, with my intelligence. I am coming in corruption-free. I'm coming in as a trustworthy person. I'm coming in to bring the development agenda that has been left out of the woman and the youth.
Na Bi Justina, inakutia wasiwasi kwamba kwa upande mmoja mnaonekana ni kama kidogo kama Roots Party mnakuja kukiuka maadili, unaogopa kwamba hiyo inamweka kidedea Bi Ruth katika kinyang'anyiro hiki, kwamba unaonekana nyinyi mnakuja kuharibu, yeye inamweka kidedea katika kuvutia kura zaidi, inakutia wasiwasi?
Sina wasiwasi kwa sababu Wakenya mahali wamefika. Mkenya amefinyika because uchumi umezorota. Idea zetu ni za kusaidia Wakenya. Kwa hivyo sina uoga wowote, niko hapa nitajibu maswali yote, because my role nilipoingia nilisema ni ku destigmatize manifesto ya Roots Party. Hata Ruth kabla anipige tukue na malumbano, ningependa asikize vizuri, ndio akiniuliza swali we from a point of her understanding. Kwa hivyo sina uoga wowote.
Na unaposema nikupe dakika nyingine moja, unaposema hauna uoga wowote. Awali nimesikia ukizungumza kuhusu tyranny of numbers. Nyinyi wawili yaonekana ni wageni katika ulingo wa siasa. Hauoni kana kwamba kuwa wageni kule kuna wapa ile disadvantage mkilinganisha na wale ambao pia wanagombea wadhifa huu wa kuwa naibu rais? Nyinyi ni wageni kwenye ulingo wa siasa?
Ndio, naweza kuwa mimi ni mgeni, lakini mgeni huja na heri njema. Miaka 30 tunaobishana nao wamekuwa kwenye siasa. Tyranny of numbers imetumika kila saa kusema watu wetu. Lakini kama iko sahi, ni kila Mkenya awaze ajiulize, hawa viongozi ama hii serikali inanifaidi aje kibinafsi? Kwa hivyo mimi na Roots Party tunaleta a mind shift, change of mindset. Mkenya akuwe selfish kivyake, aseme ingawaje kabila langu liko uongozini sitasaidika, lakini hawa hata kama sio kabila langu wako na agenda na wanataka kupeleka Kenya mbele. So I'm not scared in any way.
Anakutisha Ruth? Anakutisha Justina? Not at all. Tuko hapa kuleta mabadiliko ile Wakenya wanatarajia. So we are coming in to bring the change. Hii ni uongozi mpya. We are not frightened with the fact that there is tyranny of numbers. Those are numbers. But the actual fact is Wakenya wamechoka. Tumekuja kuleta mabadiliko ile wamekuwa wakingojea.
Madam Ruth, 30 more seconds. Where are those numbers? Unasema you also have your numbers. Where are those numbers?
The numbers are there, Francis. You know, as the fifth Maure Wahiga said, some of these research institutes have been sponsored. So what they are doing to us and the Kenyans is reverse psychology. So that means they're trying to say the tyranny of numbers has an upper hand. Lakini ninataka kueleza kuna mabadiliko na agano iko site, watu wakate simu.
Na vile Bi Justina,
yes.
Tunapoangalia katika uongozi na katika nafasi ambayo mmesema kwamba mnaielewa vyema ya makamu wa rais, tuseme kwa mfano kesho mgombea urais kwa tiketi ya Roots Party awe kwamba hawezi kuongoza, tuseme umechaguliwa, nini ambacho kinakupa hiyo motisha au uweze kuwa na ule ushawishi wa kuwa kwamba unaweza kuongoza kama rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya? Kweli unatosha kuongoza kama rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya?
Zubeda, ukiangalia leadership iko na two aspects, the hard and the soft. The hard ni what you have been doing, legislations and regulations, but the soft is you talk to the hearts and minds of Kenyans. Hearts and minds of Kenyans inasema 5.5 million of Kenyans are unemployed. 1.2 million of Kenyans live below the poverty line of 220 shillings daily. That is what Kenyans are speaking about. Na hiyo ndio inanipatia courage, nasema ingawaje labda amwezi jizungumzia, mimi najitoa na nazungumzia. That is the truth of the matter, that Kenyans are struggling. Pia niko hapa, I'm representing the many parents who take loans to educate their children. Unajua wazazi wetu wakati walikuwa wanaona ati wao wakichukuliwa kazi ilikuwa after form 4 wanaenda kazi kwenye benki. But now our time, mzazi hiyo time akaona labda degree ndio itasaidia mtoto wangu apate kazi. Unfortunately, hakuna kazi, wazazi wamejekelea loans. Kwa hivyo mimi nazungumzia wazazi wetu, nazungumzia ule youth hana kazi, nazungumzia mpaka wale watu ambao in 1998 kulikuwa na bomb blast. Our Kenya wengi, over 3,000 were never compensated. And this comes to the respect. Unajua wenye walilipwa ni watu wa American Embassy and the Tanzanians and those Americans who are victims. But Kenyans were not compensated. In my thinking, mtazamo wangu ni kwamba hawakulipwa kwa sababu Kenya haipewi heshima. Utapewaje heshima na una pesa? Angalia Middle East. Wakenya wanaenda kutafuta greener pastures, wanatesekea huko. Many times people ask ati ambassador anafanya nini? Lakini niulize, ambassador na pesa ya mafuta, sisi hatuna, ni madeni tumejaza tele. Atawezaje kusimama na huyu mwingine? So our idea na Kenya kinanisukuma ni kwamba tunataka Kenya ipewe heshima, and we want when we talk, wenye mzungu alisema put your money where your mouth is, tuweze kuongea juu tuko na nguvu.
Madam Justina, 1 minute. There's something that has come up about sponsorship. Are you being sponsored by anybody? Your ticket to run for this presidential race?
No, we are not being sponsored. And this is a question I'm posing. why should we have the best ideas than the sponsoree, if that's the question? Our idea is unique, we are fresh, we are new, we are not being sponsored. The challenge we are facing is that when we say that this one is doing well, people say we are being sponsored by the other. When we say we anafanya vizuri, tunasema si hivyo. But the politics you are pushing right now is that politics you are doing. Politics is about amplifying the voices of Kenyans, giving different interest groups their voices. Na mwenye anashinda tunampa heshima. So we are not being sponsored by anybody. We are here mpaka mwisho.
Ruth, where do you get the impression that they are being sponsored by anyone?
Clearly, wanakata kutupatia even our own marks. In school, even the student who has 0 wanarudishiwa karatasi yake na scorecard. Lakini sasa our research institutes wamekuwa sponsored, wanatoa huyu mtoto mmoja, which I seriously think that ni kupunguza, wanapunguza namba zetu. Probably we could be a threat because Kenyans are tired. They want new leadership.
Na haswa iwapo hampati ufadhili au msukumo kutoka kwa mtu yeyote, haswa nani anafadhili kampeni zenu kama Roots Party?
Our mode of campaign ni kama ile ilitumika na PM wa India, Modi. Wakenya wamechoka in a way, they tell us come to Nakuru. Tunawaambia hatuna pesa. Someone tells you end of fuel kwa petrol station yangu, ama wanajiunga wenye petrol station fuel there, mwingine lala in my hotel, I'll give you food. Bora mkuje Nakuru muongeleshe watu. That is our mode of campaign. And by the way, hakuna pesa si tumeibia Mkenya, and that is what hiyo kasumba tunataka kubadilisha. Kenyans, I blame you for poor leadership. Because kila sasa ya siasa watu wanasemanga kameiva tunakafunga, because mwanasiasa akikuja you want to be given something. Hiyo ndio ina motivate wanasiasa kuiba, wakiingia ndani they recoup, there's return on investment. Haizi ekelea pesa yake hapo alafu afikiria ati unakula freely. No wonder we have bad leadership. Kwa hivyo wewe Mkenya ukiona watu wanakuja campaign, usituchukie juu hatuna kitu. Sisi tuko na idea ya kupeleka Kenya mbele. In the next 5 years tukiwa kwenye kiti, mtakuwa mnatupatia pesa ya campaign.
Na labda ni kuongeza dakika moja, je, Roots Party inakuja kuharibu kura ya vijana na kuharibu vijana?
Naweza sema nobody owns anyone's vote. Our role hapa ni kuambia wa Kenya that there is alternative. Si kila siku hiyo 30 years mmeambiwa ati tunafanya hivi. No, ours is to give alternative. No one owns any vote. Na Mkenya usiogope kupigia Roots Party kura ati because wewe ni wa nani. And there's also another question. Kenyans are saying you should have started earlier. Let me say this. Official campaign period began on May 29, 2022. So hakuna mapema tungekuja because we follow the law. Number 2, we have not yet gone into election. So you can vote for Roots Party, usiogope ati jueni wa mtu mwingine. And finally, wa Kenya, kuambiwa that you're owned by someone is negating on our gains on democracy. This debate here has to achieve the purpose. The purpose is to convert the many Kenyans who we never find during the campaign trail lakini wako kazini. So musikize na tuendelee pamoja.
Ruth, labda kuambatanisha na hilo, mmeonekana kutoridhika sana na yale ambayo yanaendeshwa na Roots Party. Mna wasiwasi eti kwamba wanakuja kuharibu vijana, kwa nini?
Tuseme ukweli. Marijuana, bangi, we say it is illegal. Sasa hii sera wanakuja kuuza, tunangoja kusikia venye wataweza kutuzia sisi wenyewe, and already it is an illegal substance. So how do we work around such manifestos? So maybe Justina will let us know further how far they can go with marijuana. I will give an example of kijana moja alikuwa nafanya kazi some place that I lived back then. Alikuwa nafieka nyasi at 11 p.m. Na nikaenda nikamuuliza, so I asked him the following morning because I had the noise from outside. Nikamuuliza what happened. Okay, I had heard the history that anavuta bangi. So I asked him in the morning, kwa nini ulikuwa unafieka nyasi saa 5 za usiku? Akaniambia, madam, nilikuwa napunguza kazi ya leo. So realistically, kama unapunguza kazi ya leo kufieka nyasi 11 p.m., I think kuna shida na tunaweza kuwa tunaelekea in the wrong direction.
Madam Justina, now you seem eager to say something about that?
Yeah, I'm happy Ruth is very respectful and she wants to listen to our manifesto. Let me say this. Our idea in Kenyans, I want us to be very conscious and, open up your minds. And before I explain, let me give you a quote by a guy called Ralph Waldo. He said, in every generation, there are map makers who see opportunities, seize the opportunity, and open man's vision to the future.
That is the direction Roots Party is taking. Now, marijuana, it's true, it's unfortunate. By the way, it's true, many people get that I have seen. I cannot say that they are not there. But remember, most people have mental challenges because of one, unemployment, cost of living, that brings about depression. Alafu unaona watu wanapigana kwa malumbano. So high cost of living can account for the madness in this country. Actually, in Mathare, or rather the statistics in Kenya, 3 million of Kenyans suffer mental challenges. Why is it so, and yet marijuana is illegal? But let me say this, the marijuana we are advocating for. I'm happy that Kenyans have all gone through a science class in primary, a biology class in high school. There's something called species or cousins of plants. The marijuana is a plant, yes. No. The marijuana muda umekwisha, lakini nitakuongezea sekunde 30 kabla nirudi kwake Ruth. Wewe binafsi umewahi vuta bangi? Sijawahi na sitawahi. Sijawahi na sitawahi. Lakini na hautawahi. Zubeida, usikize hapa. Kidogo niulize swali kisha utanijibu na nitakupa dakika 2 kuweza kueleza. Hujawahi kuvuta bangi na hautawahi kuvuta bangi. Ile tutavuta ni ya ku purify. Na mbona mruhusu vijana na mbona mhubiri kitu ambacho wewe binafsi haukiamini? Mbona uhubiri mvinyo ilhali wewe unakunywa maji? Haya, tulia Zubeida, usikie mambo. Now, Kenyans, like I said, we are here to open up your vision to the future. There are 2 species of marijuana, or they are cousins, let me say that. Cousin moja anaitwa THC, which has the psychoactive ingredient. That is the cannabis sativa that you hear all the time, imeshikwa na watu wa DCI. But sisi focus yetu ni CBD, or cannabis. That one gives you industrial hemp. So when you go hata venye professor anasema itapandwa kwa expressway, and you pick a leaf and chew, it's only going to give a detox, let me tell you. And saidi watu wako na simu zao. Can you Google hemp seed sales in Kenya? Those products are in sale because zinakwambia zinakupatia immunity, zinakupatia omega 3. Unaona, it boosts your immunity. Those products are on sale and they do not have the psychoactive ingredient yenye inafanya watu wana lose focus. That is the bank you are advocating for. And industrial hemp is used in 9 sectors, namely textile, construction, magari, makeup. Makeup tumejipaka. The options, food and beverage, the options are many. So we are not here. And let me tell you, Kenyans, consumption ama kuvuta ni kitu kidogo sana. Ruth, unamwamini? Simwamini. Ya kwanza amesema ni ya kupurify. I don't know what we are purifying with bang. I don't know what part we are purifying. Kwa hivyo ningetaka aweze kutuelezea kama ni damu tunaosha, kwa sababu kama ina purify na ni dawa, si tuapishwe 10th alafu 11th hospitali zifungwe kwa sababu ni dawa. Let us hear, how does it purify? I would wish to know. Nimjibu Ruth, purifying si ati detox, kuna difference. Nimesema purify si detox. Kwa hivyo una need dawa ndio. And most medicine is made out of marijuana. Those medicine for epilepsy, cerebral palsy, pains, easy pains, watu wanakuanga chronic pains. So medicine inatengenezwa from marijuana. So already you're consuming. But nimesema purification process. Purification process, angalia, purification process ni, we have a challenge in this country. Mainly corruption. 2 billion is lost every day. We were told that. But you know, corruption stems from what? Scarcity mentality. There are no other options in this country to make money. So everyone wants to go into politics where the salaries are lucrative. So your scarcity mentality, unaingia, you amass for yourself. So we are going to be purifying the scarcity mentality and the bad impact of corruption, colonialism, tribalism. Hizo vitu ni spiritual and we are going to purify them. Ndio ziishe kwa hii nchi. Ndio tukianza kazi, ile siku tutaapishwa, Kenya ikuwe safi, clean slate. So we are not smoking ati kufurahisha. Justina, umesema how you don't take the substance. Na umesema that means we are all consumers of bang through medicinal, yes, the medicinal part of it. So that means then why are we having it legal in our constitution? So what is the reason why we have not legalized it from the beginning? That means kuna madhara ile wataalamu wanajua ndiposa hawajapitisha hapa kwetu Kenya. Let me answer Ruth. Ukiangalia Nakada ilipatiwa gazettement in 2001. The economic challenge at that time, we had a government, a new election was coming up in 2002. There was teacher strike, banker strikes, the economy was doing badly. So IMF told Kenya, come up with a law criminalizing marijuana. And you know IMF ni akina nani? China is there, France is there, UK is there, Canada is there, US is there. They have legalized. So for them, waliona, our jinga Joanna do, let me use that word, we give them, we curtail their opportunities. Remember, we have arable land, plenty of land for this thing. So they curtailed our potential to invest in this so that they can give us loans on high interest. That was the idea. And when I say Kenya inastahili heshima, it's because we are disrespected to hatuna pesa. So our idea, if they have legalized, yet they're the same ones who are coming here to tell us it's wrong, then I think we are still being colonized.
Aki Justina, mi sija approve hiyo.
I don't expect you to
sija approve kwa sababu Jamaica would have been a first world country.
They are doing so well in terms of their economy. Their GDP is growing more than ours.
Imekaa sana, basi
they are doing well. They are doing well. Take a book.
Madam Justina, in 2 minutes.
Yes.
Marijuana is not just illegal in Kenya. It is also illegal in other countries.
Yes.
We've also seen situations in this country where certain people grow marijuana. Why have they not been rich if growing marijuana was such a lucrative business?
When you look at our neighbors, let's talk about Africa. Malawi has legalized for medicinal and it's restricted. Uganda is doing it, but it's the Israeli government who have come in to help them. As it is with their loan, Uganda was about to go the Sri Lanka way. So Uganda went to Israel, their land is rocky. So they came here and they were located in Uganda, 500,000 acres in terms of a bilateral agreement, and they are reaping returns from that. So the other countries, they have done it. Why not us? Why not us? Why should we not do it? That is my question. And like I said, our role is to open the vision, Kenyan's vision into the future. Marijuana is versatile. I said it is used in 9 sectors: food, beverage, medicine, construction, textile, makeup, easy fibers za gari. A headlight today, ukigongewa headlight yako, goes for 27,000 for those who own cars. But you know why? Because the demand is in Kenya, but the supply iko China. So of course the forces of demand are in place, na ndo maana inakuwa costly. And I'll say this, there is this governor of Minnesota, he was called Jesse Ventura. Jesse Ventura was in wrestling a while back. But why he was fighting for legalization of marijuana in Minnesota was because after 41 years of marriage, his wife suffered epilepsy. And he was pushing because when he took her to South Carolina, she got well. So the idea is do not control the supply, control the demand by making sure it's going into the 9 sectors that you have said and for export. That is our idea.
Madam Ruth, I can see disbelief all over your
I still do not agree to all this theory. Na ndiposa naambia wa Kenya, kateni simu, agano iko side. This is not practical. The law tells us clearly that it is illegal to have bang. So how else, na amesema, na yeye mwenyewe alisema ama amesema sahi, that they will smoke bang on the 10th. I'm looking for a happy mother. I am a mother. Ruth, I'm looking for a happy mother that will, allow me to answer. I'm looking for a happy mother who will attest that mtoto wake amevuta bangi and they are okay. Yeye mwenyewe pia najua ni mama. Nataka kujua, atakubali mtoto wake avute bangi on that 10th. Because for me, I don't think I would allow my children to take it up, nor my sisters and brothers.
Good question. And I'm going to answer this question to you and Kenyans as Mama Wambui. I said, open up your minds, dear Kenyans. The marijuana we are advocating for is industrial hemp. I think I gave the clarification, not THC. So Ruth, stop belaboring this idea that you're smoking. It is not for consumption. And is it smoking? It is for purification. You can even put it in those things. You nature mamali, in a scent. So it's not smoking, it's purification. There's a difference. And it's true, Ruth.
Okay.
Mothers are suffering. Let me say this. I don't want to come off like I don't relate. I have seen mothers are suffering. And that is why Ruth's party has said, anyone who attempts to grow cannabis sativa, we are growing CBD or cannabis. We already have regulations in place. Number 1, we license all farmers. Number 2, we'll introduce agricultural officers to go around this country looking at those farmers and what they're doing. And there's a distinction. Even you, Kenyan, you can report someone growing sativa. Why? The leaves of industrial hemp are very large, but the leaves of sativa are very small. So the agricultural officers will control licensing. So I think we're already controlling this measure.
Let me give you 1 more minute to explain this. This is the theoretical talk about agriculture in terms of growing marijuana. What are the practicals? Have you identified the areas that you intend to grow this marijuana? What are the economic returns if this was to be allowed, if you're to become deputy president?
Okay, marijuana is going to spur our economy because agriculture has been given a backseat. The challenge you're having now because of FLA, many of the Kenyans or the youth who are in the bread basket of Kenyans have migrated to the urban areas to do what? To be boda riders. They're thinking there's money because agriculture, they're not viewing it like it has money. So these are the returns. Look at China, for example. In 2021, they made 1.2 billion USD out of 169,000 acres. That is China. Now look at our case. And by the way, land in Kenya, when you look at the NLC report, Kenya is close to 144 million in acres. 80% they say is dry and arid. 20% is what we are using. So when you bring marijuana will be like crop cover to stimulate our soil so that it can be able to produce other things. So we are focusing on the arid area, the 80% of it. 20% of it is where Kenyans are crowded. So we'll open up space so that we use all the other land that we have.
Bi Ruth, kidogo kuambatana na kile ambacho wamesema, unadhani uchumi wa Kenya haujaimarika kwa sababu hatujahalalisha bangi? Wakenya wanaumia kutokana na gharama ya maisha kwa sababu hatujahalalisha bangi?
Hapana, sikubaliani na hiyo. Uchumi umezoroteka kwa sababu ya corruption. And that is why Kenyans, we are coming in to bring in a new leadership, a new change in how things run in this country, and give a Gano party, Mwaure Waihiga, the chance to come and be the president of this country. Corruption has eaten us up. In every corner of each sector, corruption has eaten us up. It's not that we do not have bangi, lakini corruption imetukula sisi wenyewe. We have eaten ourselves up, and a few of us know ourselves. So we are going to deal with that.
Let me add something quickly. Okay, when you look at private businesses, they look at what is our competitive edge. How can we be ahead of our competitors? So when it's not that uchumi imeharibika because of no legalization of banking. Of course, I agree with Ruth, corruption should be blamed. But look at this situation, that if private businesses are looking into the future, why is government scared to look into the future? And the future is legalization of industrial hemp or marijuana. So our idea as Roots Party is to run a profitable government, divide from increasing taxes from Kenyans, from getting further debt, but we are going to look for our own money. Our own money will come from legalizing a regulation of marijuana. Case in time, a pilot study will be Kulalu Galana, the 1 million acre project. Iyo 1 million, that is times 5 of what China got in 2021. So we'll have 6 billion USD. You can do the math in Kenyan shillings. That money is money that will be used to pay teachers, pay the civil service, increase their salaries in trenches. So for us, tunaangalia competitive edge, what private businesses do.
Niulize Justina swali kidogo. Kuna kuanga na employee incentives. Ukifanya kazi kwa bakery, huwa wakati mwingine unapatiwa mkate uende nayo nyumbani. Na je, bangi watenda nyumbani na nini?
Watenda nyumbani na very good question. Watenda nyumbani na proceeds of bangi. And it's good you brought me to this idea. The youth in this country, not all of them want to be employed. But hawa vijana wanatafuta capital. Unaenda bank unaitishwa logbook, title deed. Kweli, you don't have. What you are going to do with Roots Party? I told you government owns 10% of 144 million acres. In every county, government land will give 200,000 acres to our youth. We'll have a thing like the Yali project, which we're calling Roots Entrepreneurship Initiative. Tunafanya competition, tunachukua 50,000 youth. Kwa hiyo mradi ya 200,000 acres. Na ujue bangi grows in 4 months. So akishauza hiyo bangi yake, hiyo proceeds, 2.8 million according to hesabu za China, youth atakuwa na capital, seed capital ama capital to boost their business. So you won't take home bangi, Ruth. You'll take home capital for investment.
But ni illegal, lakini bado watu wanavuta. I don't know how we will deal with those incentives.
So those are the challenges in this country. In fact, we should ask the ones who are in government now, why is it illegal and Kenyans are smoking? That's the question to them.
Kwa hivyo Ruth, kwako wewe ni kuhalalisha kutohalalisha bangi au ni swala la maadili?
Kutohalalisha, the constitution does not allow.
Lakini unaona kwamba inahujumu maadili. Sorry? Inahujumu maadili au haswa tatizo lenu kama Agano Party ni kwamba bangi ni mbaya, haistahili kuhalalishwa au ni swala la maadili?
Ni maswala ya maadili na si Agano Party, ni wa Kenya. Kama it is already legal, it is currently illegal. So how safe is it? How safe is it when we start taking it up? That means we are destroying a whole generation. We're destroying our children. I am concerned as a Kenyan.
So you're being unfair to Ruth. You know Ruth cannot support her manifesto. So it's true atasema ni mbaya.
Let me give you some 60 more seconds, Ruth.
Yes.
Is it a question of faith and values that drives your opposition to the Roots Party's manifesto and proposal to engage in marijuana farming?
It is more values. It is more value and faith too. Yes. It is more values and faith too. Because I'm trying to look at right now, currently what is happening in Kenya right now. Nirudie statement. It is illegal. Lakini watoto wamejaa madhare. Wamama wanalia pale nje. So I'm wondering how many are smiling? How many are going to smile? How many are educated out there to know that hii ni biashara, mtoto hafai kuvuta? Children are idle out there. Watajaribu kuvuta kidogo, and you know the consequence is going to be what we all know. Watoto tunapoteza ufahamu, tunapoteza future.
I think I was clear on the control measures on this, Ruth. Nilisema the seed will be CBD, tutatumia KEFIS, tutapatiana licenses, we'll reintroduce agricultural officers to man or inspect what Kenyans are doing, and we are also going to bring back the NYS, those ones who have graduated, to control government marijuana. So I think the control measures, and that is why we are saying legalize and regulate.
Unajua hata ile shamba iko thika pale ya mananasi iko na control measures, lakini bado watu wanaiba.
Sasa it is our Kenyans, we need to change tabia zetu venye Ruth anasema.
Yes, tutaweka electrical fence, I don't know.
Very well. Let me move you now to a different aspect of this debate.
Yes.
In 2 minutes, Justina, you're not alone in this race to become the next deputy president. You also have Martha Karua, Rigathi Gachagua. What sets you apart from them? And are there issues that you agree with them and their manifestos, and those that you don't agree with? In 2 minutes.
Let me first say I respect the ones you've mentioned, because I remember 30 years ago, I was a young girl that had been in politics. So being on the same ballot paper with them is very humbling. And their strides they have made by fighting for democracy of this country. So I respect that. But what sets us apart is that 30 years they have been there. They have been telling us the same narrative, which they're telling us now. They are not responsive to the youth of this country. Youth whose parents took out loans to educate them, and they're still living at home because they're unemployed. What sets me apart is because I can relate to the youth of this country who know that unasoma na hakuna kazi. That is number one. Number two, I can relate to the businessmen. Maybe then they're in government, they've been in leadership. That is where they draw their salary. But I relate to a businessman, like from where I work now. We were into excavation and supply of building materials. And Kashori, I can tell you, business is down. Why? Increase of cement, chuma zimepanda bei. Kenyans do not have purchasing power to build a house. And that business is very satisfying. Because you know our role is what? We are the first stroke of paint. When you want to build your house, sindo tunatoa cotton. But it saddens me that Kenyans cannot afford. They are not building, and neither are they affording to pay rent. So that is what sets me apart. I know that what we need now is policies and leadership that is responsive to the plight of Kenyans.
Madam Ruth, same question to you. This is a political competition. You're not in the race alone.
Yes.
What would you use to convince the Kenyan voters to elect you as the next deputy president and not your competitors, Rigathi Gachagua, Martha Karua, and in this case, Justina Wamai? Let's first talk about the other two who are not in this debate.
Yeah, at least for Justina, we have probably a lot in common because we are new, we are fresh. But our competitors, yes, they have experience, but they have let us down. I have voted for the last 2 decades. I have chosen the same leaders. So I don't see what difference they're coming to bring in.
because I feel like some of them are sanitizing the leaders who have been there. We want new blood, we want fresh blood, fresh ideas, so that we gear this country to a different direction.
What is this new idea, fresh idea? What does it constitute?
Corruption. Our big agenda is corruption. It has eaten us in big ways and in every way. So corruption is our bangi. So that is what we are after. Then the rest will be able to be balanced out.
Justina, the same question. What about the larger coalition setup? Let's say the Azimio setup, the Kenya Kwanza setup. Do you see any challenge there that would inhibit you from becoming the next deputy president, for example?
No, I'm not challenged in any way. Ashori, I told you that Roots Party realizes it is wrong. It is very wrong that 5.5 million of Kenyans are unemployed. 1.2 million of Kenyans are below the poverty line of 220 shillings per day. So these people have been in government. I dare say that they are to blame for our current situation because they never looked into the future when they were there or the time they've been there. Maybe the future was telling them, legalize marijuana. It's going to set us apart in terms of competitive advantage. They didn't do it. So I'm not scared because every individual Kenyan, it doesn't matter what tribe you are, what creed or educational background, everyone is suffering. Let me tell you this. Or ask a woman who has a salon or a man who has a kinyozi. Do you know boys are saying ati beard gun? It's not a maneno a beard gun. There is no money kukwenda kunyolewa. So Kenyans are lacking. Unaona pesa mkononi or the purchasing power iko chini. So I'm not scared because I'm amplifying the voices of Kenyans.
Right.
Biruza haswa kwa sababu umetaja maadili, umetaja ufisadi. Kwa kuwe unaelewa vipi sura ya 6 ya katiba? Maadili haswa kulingana nawe ni nini kwa dakika 2?
Arudia
maadili, integrity, kwa maoni yako ni nini haswa? Unaielewa vipi?
Maadili kwangu na kwa Agano Party is the intention to be transparent, is the intention to be trustworthy, an intention to be trustworthy to the Kenyans who have employed you. Kwa hivyo pale mimi naona the integrity has been compromised with the current and the past government and our competitors. Kwa hivyo tunaomba Wakenya waweze kutupatia nafasi kwa kuwa sisi ndio we are ready to be audited, we are clean. So why not give us the chance? We are not threatened by the other pair of competitors because they have been in it. Kenyans have seen, Kenyans know. This is nothing new to us. Ni kubadilisha tu tunahitaji kubadilisha. And Agano Party is coming in as the option ya kubadilisha.
Na kwa nini mnaamini kama Agano Party kwamba Agano Party ndio inakuza maadili na sio Roots Party? Mbona mnaona wao ndio wanahujumu maadili?
Maadili hapo ni personal. If I got your question right. Integrity is very personal. For me and the fifth, Maure Wahiga, he's entitled to audit. I'm entitled to audit. Ndiposa tunaweza kusimama mbele ya Wakenya kuambia they trust us with this job. We have nothing to hide. We have no worry on what we need to do. Pale corruption tumesema lazima tutamalizana nayo. Pesa ile iko nje. I believe this is the only party and the governance that is going to bring Kenya back its money. Ile pesa imefichwa pale nje. The development money that has been kept out, that is over 10 trillion. Inaweza lipa deni ya Wakenya in one single day. Zubeda, one single day.
Justina, let me get your understanding of Chapter 6 of the Constitution on Leadership and Integrity. 12 years later, what do you think is the challenge in implementing Chapter 6 of the Constitution?
Let me say this. I think the judiciary, and I'm sorry to say this, but they are used to impede the Chapter 6. For example, if I went to IBC and they said my degree is not right, I'll run to court, and then the court will say, fine, can you clear Justina? And then there are other issues, there are other agencies. For example, maybe the university or the Commission of Higher University will say, no, it's out of our mandate, we can't handle Justina. So I feel that Kenyans have this attitude. When you do wrong, you run to court and your money will be used to sanitize you. And that is why as a Roots Party, we are saying that if you're corrupt, if you're not doing the right thing, because integrity is focusing on your conscience, do the right thing irrespective of circumstances. So even those in the judicial system who are rotten, they are going to be subjected to what Roots Party is saying, hanging, because you're the ones who are impeding how Kenya, the aspirations of Kenyans, when they're looking out for leaders who relate to their challenges, and not just leaders, but leaders who are within the chapter 6 of the Constitution. So integrity is very key. And yeah, we are propelling it. Professor and I have not stolen any money. We've not been in government. We are genuine. And I always tell Kenyans, tupende bure, we don't have anything. Lakini, integrity is key. If we need to go ahead, we have to instill integrity. And let me give this quote because I have time. There is a quote that Mugabe says, how can you tell young people that education is the key, yet you have poor graduates and rich idiots? So the thing is, we have to make sure that the youth, the younger generation, I'm sure right now they're watching because their parents are watching. The younger generation needs to move away from this idea of deals. And our idea, Gashori, means that you shouldn't be my friend to benefit in government. You have your own marijuana. You don't need a deal. You don't need a tender from government because Justina is your friend. Wekele industrial hemp yako will pay you according to the market price.
Ruth, you've been in this country in the last 12 years.
Yes.
And you
Since
understand.
I was born.
Yes, and you understand chapter 6 of the Constitution. When you look at it, what do you think has been the major impediment in the implementation of the leadership and integrity chapter of the Constitution?
That is lack of will. We have leaders that are not willing to change for this country. So just as much it's going to cost us, just as much I'd wish to tell Kenyans that without very big words, if we don't decide to change the leadership of this country, it will cost us another 5-10 decades. So integrity is paramount to us as a Gano party. We are the clean. We are the only option for Kenyan citizen. Tafadhali mtupatie kura. Tutakuja kuleta mabadiliko.
Give us practical examples of how you will deal with corruption and implementation of chapter 6 of the Constitution, because there's the saying, yes, and there's the doing.
Agano Party has a covenant with Kenyans to abide to the constitutional law. And we say, if you do not follow the law will follow you. For us, nobody is above the law. If you have been in corruption, you will face the law. We are not hanging anybody.
Na umenielekeza mahali ambapo nilitaka kuelekeza wewe binafsi. Unadhani tutaweza kukabili ufisadi kwa kuwanyonga wale ambao ni watuhumiwa ufisadi?
Agano Party governance yetu si ya kunyonga, lakini tunaweza, we were able to deal with it in an amicable way following the law. I don't think even kunyonga is in the Constitution. So that means the one wana breach kuvuta bangi na the next wana breach kunyonga watu.
Bi Justina, mmesema kwamba mtasitisha katiba mtakapoingia mamlakani. Hasa mtakuwa mkitumia vigezo gani kuhalalisha hukumu ya kuwanyonga wale watuhumiwa ufisadi, namna ambavyo unasema kwamba mtawanyonga?
Na tutasema tutasitisha katiba as a whole. Tutasitisha parts. We will suspend parts of the Constitution that are not working. Chapter 6 is not working. Hiyo tutasitisha. Because we need to instill fear in public assets of the public. Let me tell you this. In China, if you're corrupt, you're shot. In UK, if you're corrupt, you're taken to court or you're jailed. In Japan, if you're corrupt, you're so scared, you commit suicide. So why is it that Kenyans are jittery about, we are crying every day, corruption accounts for this loss of money, but when it comes to executions, Kenyans are jittery. We are going to suspend chapter 6. Go back to the Kenyans and tell them, what do you think about this hanging thing? And let me tell you, they are all very happy. They are saying that corruption is accounting to deaths. Look at the badly done roads like Ngong Road. Ngong Road is badly done, a local contractor, and we are assuming that the money was used as kickbacks and then they had to save some little money, so they didn't give qualities. So when that person dies or someone is in an accident and they die, it's not an issue. When medicine is stolen or medical money is stolen and people die because there is no medicine, it's not an issue. Let me tell you, Kenyans, it's about time we be stand on corruption. Our idea is instilling fear in the minds of Kenyans that public mali ya umma ipewe heshima.
Na hukumu ya kunyonga iliharamishwa mapema miaka ya 80. Haswa ni nini, ni kigezo gani ambacho mtatumia kuona kwamba sasa inaweza kufanyika, kwa sababu ni kitu ambacho kimeharamishwa nchini Kenya. Ni kwamba mnaona kuna mapengo, kuna nafasi katika katiba ambayo mtarudisha hukumu hiyo, au hasa utekelezaji utafanyika vipi?
Unajua hii katiba Zubeida ilikuwa copy and paste. Watu walikimbia huko wanaona ati wazungu wanafanya aje. Na hao wazungu ama wa China ndio wanakuanga na hizo UN conventions ati human rights issues. Kama kwao they are shooting. Where are they curtailing us? And that is why I'm saying Kenya haipewi heshima. We need to be firm on this because sisi ndio tunajua shida zetu. Hakuna mtu wa UN ama nani who are feeling our pain. Sisi wenyewe ndio tunalala njaa, sisi wenyewe ndio tunateseka, hatuna kazi. So we are going to look at it as Kenyans. In fact, katiba kama ingekuwa inafanywa public participation, ingekuwa ingetranslatiwa in all tribes. Mtu asiseme ati because nani amesoma niko sawa. No.
Ruth, the last time in this country somebody was hanged, a convict was hanged, was in July 1987. 35 years later, would you agree, would you support the hanging of convicts, and particularly those who have been found culpable of corruption?
Francis, I'll go back to the law. We have a covenant with the Kenyans. We have a covenant with the law. The law clearly stipulates we are not allowed to hang. So what business do we have hanging convicts? There is a law that enforces corruption, the people who have committed corruption. So for us, ni kumaanisha wakivuta bangi on the 10th, one, that is breach of law. Sijui kama hanging is part of it, because it is breach of law. They have broken the constitution. So I don't think I would agree that we need to suspend part of the law. Just need to probably sit with experts if we need to revise. But I don't think we need to hang people's life. People deserve to live and be corrected.
Ruth, there are very many injustices. Let me give, for example, Anglo-Gleason Golden Bag.
Yes.
Money was stolen in this country. So in your opinion, the Agano way, how would you do it if it's not hanging?
It is law. They follow law, which is si tunafunga.
Wamefungwa. Watu Anglo-Gleason.
Sijaingizwa kwa ofisi. Tuingizeni Agano kwa ofisi muone. We will deal.
That is the question.
We will deal, but you know, if we are saying, why would we want to hang people? You have a sister, you have a brother who probably just needs to be corrected. So why hang?
Na wenye wanakufa because of road accidents, lack of medicine, au si wa Kenya, wenye watu wameiba, wanakufa.
That is unplanned. Unplanned.
Life is life. Ruth, life is life.
No, Kemsa, mtu Anglo-Leasing, all this is planned. Mtu akigongwa na gari, that is very unfortunate. And God forbid. Those unfortunate instances, we cannot debate on
because
that.
Of road design.
We are discussing about surely
road design.
We can.
Okay. Kwa hivyo Bi Justina, yes. Kama Roots Party, kwa kuwanyonga mtarejesha vipi mali ambayo wameiba? Mtatoa vipi mali ambayo imetumika vibaya, imeibwa, pesa ambazo mnasema zimefichwa katika mataifa ya ughaibuni? Ukinyonga yule mtuhumiwa, hiyo mali itarudi vipi kwa Wakenya?
Na wacha niseme, atusemi mtu akigongwa na gari anakufa. Nasema people who are given jobs, like to build Gong Road, for example, those people want to save on money. So the road design does not, they save money, so wana save pesa and wajenge barabara in a cheap way. But niseme hivi, there's a process, Zubeida. We are not just going to pick someone at because media imesema is they are corrupt. We are going first to remunerate, kuongeza mshahara vizuri, judges, policemen, we have to increase their salaries because they abet corruption because mtu ameiba pesa kidogo anawapatia. We have to give them increase their salaries. However, there's a judicial process, a fair hearing. Go process ifanywe na tukusikize. Na pia tunapeana caution. It's not like the chicken gate case in the UK. Hapa Kenya haijaisha. So pia watu wa judiciary they will notice they have to speed up this nini. So kutakuwa na hiyo wapelekwe the process. We have to get the assets back. We have to recall the assets na pia waende wakanyongwe.
Ruth,
sijui kama wote watakubali because if I know I'm being hanged, so why should I tell you mali iko?
There's a process. There's a judicial process.
Maybe the first two might be caught with the process ya rudisha mali alafu tunanyonga. But someone else will think, kama unataka kuninyonga, finish me, wacha wengine wakulie hiyo pesa. Okay, so I don't think I would justify that. But for us, we are saying the corrupt, we will go even for the big fish. Sisi hatuogopi, tunataka pesa irudishwe
ndio imeweza kuumiza economy ya hii country. We have our president is planning to give a moratorium where the Kenyans who have stolen our money, wameficha development money, warudishe, wanapatiwa nafasi ya kurudisha. Hapo pale mtu anapitisha ile wakati umewekwa, so from there the law takes its course.
In 202 there was such. Why has it not worked? Maybe in
was
your
not-
opinion,
I
I'm not
was
saying
not
because
the
you're
deputy
not in
president.
government,
Yes.
Ruth, but you need to show Kenyans that you understand. So, it was there in 202. What in your opinion is what is the reason why it didn't work out? The idea that you're sharing, in your opinion.
Leadership problems, Justina. We are different leaders here.
Let's talk, because you seem to agree on the seriousness and the challenges of corruption in our country. Given an opportunity, Justina, in 2 minutes, given an opportunity to be the next deputy president with the government that you will form with the presidential candidate that you're supporting, what are the specific areas that you would target in terms of dealing with corruption practically? Because there's the whole question of administration of justice.
And like I said, the three arms of government they're being threatened. How? The independence rather is being threatened. When, for example, the executive says this, someone runs to court, and then the process is stopped. That is the backdrop of why we are going to suspend the constitution. But yes, administration of justice is there. But again, has it worked for us? And law was made for man, not the other way around. It is upon us as Kenyans to sit and say, are you happy that 2 billion is lost every day? They say no, because it's accounting to unemployment, inflation, high cost of living. So we are going to we'll be together with the Kenyans. We are going to call for public participation. And the Kenyans, I can tell you, they are very happy about it. Because someone is feeling like, I wake up like in Meru. I wake up at 4 a.m. kuchukua hiyo mira yangu, I pack it. Someone is eating the taxes. Mtu anajifanya ndio mjanja kuliko wengine. So Kenyans are tired. Of course, that aspect is there of administration of justice. Lakini gashori, Kenyans are suffering. So sisi tutaka participate now, and many of them are supporting this. We need to instill fear in assets of the public. Heshima kwa public assets.
Bi Ruth, haswa endapo mtaingia mamlakani, mnawapea Wakenya muda gani waweze kuona matunda katika vita dhidi ya ufisadi, na wewe binafsi mchango wako utakuwa upi katika kuona hilo linatimia kama makamu wa rais?
For us, we will bring in this in phases. Kuna ile pesa iko nje in the money that is stashed illegally abroad. For that, we can even say we have started even implementing our 100 days. The fifth, Maura Waihiga already wrote a letter to the UN and 15 other countries to start processing our money back. That means tuna uhakika by the time we are getting in, kuna uwezekano pesa iko imefika, and if not, tunataka kukata hii mfereji. The report that the incumbent president gave out, 2 billion. We actually think it probably could be 5 billion that we are losing a day, including today and until the 9th of August. So for us, tukiingia pale ndani, tunataka kukata hiyo mfereji ya corruption like instantly, so that we also have working capital to jumpstart the economy.
Na umetaja pale shilingi bilioni 5, haswa kwa sababu umerejelea mara kadhaa pesa ziko nje. Yes. Ni pesa ngapi ambazo mnazizungumzia sasa hivi na mtazirejesha vipi haswa? Mmeweza kupiga hesabu mkajua ni ngapi na ziko wapi?
Ni zaidi ya trilioni 10. Na ndiposa nilisema pale awali, it is possible for us to clear our debt in a day. It is more than 10 trillion that is out there. This is development money. And that is why tukona tumekasirika, tunataka kuleta hiyo pesa irudi Kenya. Tunaweza kosa kuleta na the first 100 days, lakini wa Kenya, we are committed to bring this money back. And in 2017-2018, budget ikisomwa, the Henry Rotich, he's on clip, he's on record, akisema there is money outside. Here hatuna confirmation that pesa ilirudi. It has only been accumulating over a time. Now, by the time we were getting into this candidature, it was over 10 trillion that is outside there.
Bi Ruth, unaona kwamba mikakati ambayo wako nayo kama Agano Party kweli itasaidia katika kurudisha hizo pesa, na unaamini kwamba ni trilioni 10 ambazo ziko nje?
Okay, one thing I'm happy about sababu Ruth and I agree that corruption in affect wa Kenya sana. Lakini mikakati zao are not practical. They lack the how question. How are you going to do it? Utanishurutishaje pesa yangu iko huko Swiss account to return it? How are you going to force me? Kwa hivyo, the idea is good, but it's just an idea. It lacks practicality.
Moratorium. Tumesema tunapatiana moratorium. You know you have money outside there. We give you time to repent. Sisi Agano tunapatiana time to repent. You won't tuweze kurudisha pesa. And remember, we have external and internal. We have external and internal. Kwa hivyo pia hapa ndani, that's what I'm trying to say. We have already commenced the process ya kurudisha ile pesa iko nje. Hapa ndani, the local individuals, we will give them the chance to return, so that if they don't do that, sasa the law takes its course.
Hapo, in another 30 seconds, Ruth. When you say pesa ziko nje, give us specifics. Let me give you a minute actually. When you say pesa ziko huko nje, do you have the specifics? This amount of money is in this country, this amount of money is in another country, and is taken there by so and so. Do you have the specifics?
I may not be having the specifics, but we know the big fish that is having money out there. So, yes.
Justina, pesa ziko huko nje? Do you believe kuna pesa huko nje?
Okay, I believe tumeambua Pandora box kwa media, but sisi tunasema yaliyopita si ndwele. Kama mtu tushajua huyo mtu tutampeleka through the judicial process, we are going to recover their assets. Kwa hivyo pesa ziko huko nje, after the judicial process tutarecover. But mimi niseme hivi, there are so many injustices in this country. Anglo leasing, hizo zote, you know, post-election violence zote zimefanyika. Do we hold on to the fact that we shall never forgive? We want to punish people? I think we should take the direction of Rwanda. After everything that happened in the genocide, tukae hivi tuseme wenye wamehangiwa na we have recovered assets, ni sawa. Mwenye amekata ahame Kenya because hatutaishi na yeye. But the fact remains, let us adapt a forgiving nature, put in firm policies on how to deal with this, and finally give the opportunity. I said people are corrupt because of a mentality called scarcity mentality. Why are they corrupt? Because in government unasikia MPs earning 1 million. Huku nje there is nothing that you can be able to get in that value. So tukipeana opportunity of legalizing banking, Kenyans will have money.
Maybe niongezee ni kusema, we are not saying we will not forgive anyone. Ukisema utarudisha pesa yetu, we have no reason, we do not have any reason ya kukupeleka ahead na kukuingiza ndani. We just want Kenyans to bring back development money. Sijui venye wao wata jumpstart economy, but that is a long-term strategy for us. Pesa irudishwe ndani. Tunapokata mfereji inapoteza pesa 2 to almost 5 billion a day. Tutapata nafasi ya kuweza kutengeneza our economy without having unnecessarily borrow more money out there. Kwa sababu nikisikia venye anasema, then that means wataongeza loan ile tuko nayo sahi.
Roots Party is fighting to pay off the loan. The loan as it is 9 trillion Kenya shillings or 70 USD. 70 billion USD. Our idea is this, Ruth. Marijuana or industrial hemp takes 4 months to grow. And I gave an example that Kenya government owns around 14 million acres. Tufanye pilot test ya Kulalu Galana. In 4 months, to make industrial hemp, in 4 months, we are going to be able to recoup 6 billion USD. So we are going to be in the process of paying. Hata tukisema Kulalu Galana ndio tunalipa nayo. In 3 years, 6 months, tutakuwa tumelipa deni. Hiyo 9 trillion. Lakini, tuko na shamba, we have times 14, 14 million. So we are going to know how we are going to appropriate this land. But niseme hivi, our idea, and I tell Kenyans, I'm here to tell you the truth, the economy is messed up. You need an honest leader who tells you it's not going to be easy. But our idea is that don't even question us at the first 100 days. That one will be lying to you at Tutafanya. But in 1 year, ask me as Justina, did you achieve to get the 50,000 times 2 youth who got 2.8 million each? Because I said marijuana takes 4 to 6 months to grow. Right. So in 1 year, tutaweza kufanya hivyo.
Ruth, let me now introduce a discussion on the cost of living.
Yes.
And I want to give you 2 minutes to tell us, in your understanding, what is the driver of this rising cost of living? And if elected president, let's say in the first 100 days, what would be the Agano proposals to reduce the cost of living?
I agree to what you're saying, and I think the 100 days for us, we will repeat that our agenda is corruption. Cost of living has been affected by corruption widely. And if we deal with corruption, I think Kenyans will smile back at us. And the first 100 days, one that was implemented yesterday, na ninajua unga haijateremka. 2 weeks ago, on our manifesto, we launched that. We will introduce the subsidy of maize. It was introduced yesterday. Na Wakenya wameambiwa to wait for 2, 3 to 4 weeks for it to be felt. Jana nimepitia kwa supermarket, bado unga ni 230. So for us, we still have to bring the subsidy for Kenyans to be able to eat, because a hungry nation is an angry nation. For us, we're also planning to implement the pay cutoff of 50%. I know you'll want to ask where the deficit is going to come in. Our repayment period for the loan is 1.3 trillion. And the financial year, the last financial year, KRA reported that the payment that was done through the payee was 461 billion. So if we cut off the payee by 50%, that is 230 billion deficit. If we come and cap the repayment period, the repayment of the 1.3 trillion, kumbuka tutakuwa na ile extra 300, ile tutakuja kusongesha pale kwa payee, so that we're able to run our activities as usual and even have a small surplus of 7 billion to run with. That being amongst them.
Do you agree with her and the proposals to reduce the cost of living?
Okay, first, I can't agree with her, definitely, but cost of living is occasioned by inflation, number one. Too few goods, but there's too much money in circulation. Number two, taxes. When manufacturers have the tax burden, they push it to the consumer, and the consumer is not having any salary increase. So that is the reason we're having this. So let me say this. We're not going to do the 100 days, that's a lie. But you will ask us after 1 year when you get into office. That one, we are going to widen the tax base. Why? I said marijuana is used in 9 sectors, across 9 sectors. Example, paper. We are going to give life to pan paper. Pan paper had been given life, but again, the logging law came in, so they don't have raw materials. We'll have marijuana that will be used for that. So our idea is to drive local economies whereby a Kenyan, instead of importing something from China, like the people of Nyamakema, their stuff was burnt for lack of quality, let them organize themselves, have local industries. If it's textile, plastic, paper, printing paper by the way is very expensive. So when we have local economies, we're going to widen the tax base so that a corporate tax shouldn't be 30%. We can lower it because we have more in the tax net. Another thing is to ensure that we give conducive environment for business. As it is, businesses are not comfortable. They're saying that lack of the dollar in the country is impeding their purchasing power in the global supply chain. So when we give a conducive environment, the economies are going to be there, Kenyans are going to be employed, and then we are going to have money. Then the other youth who want to be employed in these industries can go into the other thing of investment that I said. We are going to empower the youth financially.
Kidogo hapo, hata kabla usonge sana, kwa sababu umesema kwamba hamtaahidi wa Kenya kwamba katika muda wa siku 100 mtafanya hivi na kadhalika. Awali ulituambia bangi inachukua muda wa miezi 4 kukua, na umetuambia kwamba hamtaahidi kwamba mtatimiza baada ya miezi ama siku 100. Kwa hivyo yule Mkenya anakutazama sasa hivi hawezi kumudu gharama ya kununua pakiti moja ya unga. Kwa hivyo unamwambia nini?
Huyo Mkenya nitamwambia that the truth is tumeteseka miaka 30. 1 year tunaweza vumilia, but we are putting in, Kenyans need an honest leader. As it is now, hii maneno ya kusarakasi na siasa is what is getting us here. We are being honest. We are saying, of course, they have put in the unga imeshukishwa bei. But sisi tukiangalia the truth, marijuana also gives flour. We can look at alternatives to the challenges. If maize flour is costly, then marijuana flour can cook ugali, can cook chapati. And then cooking oil, the seed produces cooking oil also. So we tunaangalia kama hii ni expensive, we are going to use this. So the alternatives. So mimi naambia Mkenya, hatutawadanganya. Tumedanganywa miaka nenda miaka rudi. We are telling you the truth. Question us after 1 year.
Birut, unaona Wakenya wavumilie, watumie unga ya marijuana,
watalala njaa 365 days from the 9th.
But they know the truth.
But they will die. No, let's be frank. Of course, we do not need a list of 10 items. I would almost agree, but We do not need a list of 10 items kufurahisha wa Kenya that we can accomplish all this in 100 days. Tuweke vitu realistic. Mkenya aweza kupata chakula, yule mama anaangalia watoto peke yake aweze kupata pesa ya kulipa rent, kulipa school fees, but telling Kenyans to wait for 1 year, I think it's a long time.
The truth is,
such a long
leadership
time.
truth. And you know, someone who's been in government, I know they're laughing at us, but the truth is, government policy is about trade-off. What is working for our country? What is working for our people? So if we come here and say, tutaangusha bei ya mahindi, farmers walitoka Ushago, they came to Nairobi. There is rural to urban migration, they are border riders, because farming doesn't have money. It is about us giving the conducive environment for agriculture to thrive. Watu warudi Ushago, they grow the maize, they grow the marijuana, they do the Mira, and actually we are giving Kenyans an alternative. If you're a Mira farmer, continue doing, no problem. But we need Kenyans to know it's not about the government doing things. We won't lie to you, and that is why leaders or politicians lie to us. It's about telling Kenyans the truth. Here is a trade-off between a very bad situation and a worse situation.
I think I think agriculture has money. Sijui kama hapo tutakubaliana, lakini farmers agriculture has money. I will give an example. My grandmother amekuwa ametegemea majani chai. They have brought up she brought up 8 children. Lakini sai mkulima wa sai analia. So if we restore back our economy, that means hata ule mtu hajasoma ataweza kuongeza pesa kwa mfuko, na tuweze pia kukata hii importation tunaleta ya michele, na kuna project kuna schemes kama za Moya tunaweza patia wakulima nafasi to boost themselves back, na Wakenya waweze kupata chakula ya kukula. Just like even the maize, people are having maize in the granary. Kwa nini tunaleta mahindi kutoka nje? Tupatie nafasi wa Kenya wajijenge. I believe farming has money.
Yes.
Pia ule akona ng'ombe ananunuliwa maziwa 30 shillings lakini inauzwa 60. Wacha tujaribu kubalance out.
Sikusema agriculture doesn't have money.
You said
but
it.
when you wait, as it is, the global prices, declining global prices. Sai watu wa Kisii wanasema 1 kg of coffee or tea wananunuliwa 30 shillings farm gate prices. Sugar cane inatoka 4,112 per ton. Say mahindi 3,000 na say ekelea fertilizer. So the input cost of agriculture as it is so costly that you as a farmer you're not getting money. Na niongea about maziwa hata dairy farmer. By the way, hemp produces animal feed. So our tukitengeneza animal feed which is very costly as it is, ina impede maziwa production. Kutakuwa na so much milk that Roots Party is telling Kenyans, and we are promising Kenyans, kutakuwa na maziwa ya Roots na mayai ya Roots, because animal feed will be affordable. Kenyans can take milk as they wish. So our purpose is to reduce import costs in agriculture, but agriculture has money.
No, that's when I quoted you, Justina, and I think the pricing right now of the food products is because of a leadership issue. It's nothing that the Kenyans cannot produce. Tuko na mchanga, tuko na maadili. We only need to give Kenyans ile nafasi waweze kulisha Wakenya wenzao. Just that. Let's stop saying ati mahindi iko na intoxins, whereas the strategy is kuleta mahindi binafsi, unaleta hapa kwa nchi, unajitengeneza wewe mwenyewe, lakini unafinya yule mkulima ako pale Murang'a, ako pale Kisumu, hawezi pata return on investment. Kwa hivyo let us try to promote what we have locally, because this is a blessed nation.
Justina, in 60 seconds, listening to you, then it sounds like it begins and ends with marijuana farming.
That is part of our manifesto, and agriculture is the core principle in our manifesto. Let me say this snake farming, as it is, 3 Kenyans die out of snake bites as it is. And we have a law called Wildlife Conservation Act 2013. And this gives us the option of having this snake farming as an income generating activity. So even if you go to KWS right now, the law is there. Ours was just to amplify that voice and give options. Like I was saying, 3 people are dying every day because of snake bites. And why? The antivenom we import in this country is from South Africa and India mainly. But there are over 3,000 species of snakes in the world. So maybe the snake that will bite you didn't have that antivenom. And if it's antivenom, one antivenom, one vial goes for 13,500. And you need between 5 to 10 vials ndio upone hiyo kumwa na nyoka. So ideally utakuwa na 135,000 ya kupona hiyo snake bite. What is our agenda? Our agenda is to look at what we have. We have snakes around. One, we'll have the venom industry. This is where unasikianga mtu kushagua amesoma biochemistry, but you don't know where they're going to work. We are going to bring them into this pharmaceutical industry where they are getting the antivenom so that you can compete in the international market.
Right.
And then protect the 3 Kenyan lives who die because of snake bites.
Ruth, in 1 minute, story ya nyoka.
Story ya nyoka ninasema for our government Agano party, we cannot deal with snakes surely. Tutafunga kwa compound ama ni kuku tutaweka shwari ndio tupate mayai. Then again, how much do we have to wait for this venom itoshe ndio Wakenya waweze kupata medication, whereas we are going to start probably, if at all they get the chance to lead from 10th, tutaanza kurea from 10th ama tuko na za kutosha Kenya. What business do we have putting in snakes here?
We have amplified what is there. There is a law, Wildlife Conservation Act 2013. Today is 2022. So it's been there for a while. And it gives this leeway for wildlife snake farming as an income generating activity. Let me tell you, our idea is making Kenya an export hub, putting money in the pockets of Kenyans. Ndio tunapata ile foreign exchange tulikuwa tunaambiwa tukiwa shule ati Kenya is earning foreign exchange from wherever. So yetu ni ya kwamba let's get other alternatives, income generating activities for Kenyans and to sustain our export manifesto.
So how much venom do we need probably?
Like I said, do the math. One vial goes for 13,000. You can check, you can Google. One vial goes for 13,500. If we do it locally, we are going to lower the cost. And remember, even your government, if you win, is going to incur the cost of importing antivenom. So why not have our own here so that we can lower the cost and save the lives of Kenyans as we create an industry, an industry for this venom thing. There's someone at home amesoma biochem. Me, unaonanga ama pharmacist, they only sell in chemists. There is no employment. Our target ni employ everyone. Mwenye amesoma asiregret. Mwenye hajasoma kuko na hizi zingine economies anaweza invest in. So yetu ni kuweka pesa mkononi.
Na Justina, ni baki kwako kabla kurudi kwake, na una muda wa dakika 2 kuweza kujibu hili. Kwa yule mtazamaji au mkulima ambaye anakutazama sasa hivi, imekuwa vigumu kwake kulima mahindi yake au kahawa yake, majani chai na kusafirisha nje. Itakuwa vipi kwake ukianza kumwambia sasa tufuge nyoka tusafirishe sumu? Kama hawezi kusafirisha mahindi, ataweza vipi kuuza katika soko la kimataifa sumu ya nyoka, fisi?
Haya, niseme hivi. Bangi, nyoka already kuna frameworks na ziliwekwa 2013, tutafuata hizo. But bangi, ile challenge mkulima sasa yako nayo, tukaangalia kama ni farmer. Kuna watu wanaitwa KTDA au coffee board au wote. They come here, they take your produce, they go sell it and then come back to pay you. Many times wanakuja wanakuambia you even you owe us. Unaona? And that is why farmers wanakasirika wanasema hii ni ya nini? Our idea of marijuana, because this is fresh, snakes is in the law. Idea of marijuana is we are going to cut down these brokers, these KTDAs atuataki. Hii tunasema buyer representative anakuja kwa gate yako. If you've sold 50 kgs, we are going to ensure ananunua according to the price, market price. You're given your money cash as opposed to venye KTDA inapatianga farmers annually. This farmer needs to educate their children, anataka sustain maisha yake. That is why farming is no longer lucrative. So we are going to cut off the brokers au watu wote wako katikati na buyer representative. Kama ananunua, anakuja kwa farm gate, anachukua produce, anapatia cash. Unajipanga na pesa.
Na hao nyoka wataiko wapi? Ni kwamba mtajenga vibanda. Unajua sasa hivi ukienda kule mashambani kila mtu ana mahali ambapo anaweka kondoo, ng'ombe. Kwa hivyo sasa utajenga pia panyoka, fisi na vitu vingine.
Na hii agenda yetu inaleta msisimuko. But I'm happy because Kenyans are opening up their mindset. Maneno ya nyoka. There is the Wildlife Conservation Act 2013 that stipulates the process and the procedures and the systems. KWS itakuja kwako. You give and you show interest, yeah? Expression of interest. before they give you a license wanakuja kwako na wana inspect. So hiyo sitaongelea sana because already the law was passed by parliament, but this is the idea. Unaenda una express interest, unaambiwa before upewe license they have to inspect your premises, can you afford. So we are going to use KWS, and Kenya is not devoid of experts. Wako watatusaidia on how best we can cash in on this. Na nimesema it is being done because we import venom from South Africa and India. They are doing it. Why not us?
Ruth utafuga nyoka. I think for Agano Party, our governance, we leave the snakes to the zoo. Tunakuja kuziona, tunaziangalia, tunasoma. That's good for us.
Pesa nayo.
Justina, yes. I'm looking at this from a practical point of view.
Yes.
If you want to introduce, let's say, tea farming or maize farming, you give farmers seeds, fertilizer, and everything else. So what will you give to somebody who wants to engage in snake rearing?
What will we give?
Yeah.
Like I said, Gashori, the law was passed in 2013. KWS, we are not doing it at Justina or Professor Wajakoya. No, there are regulations in place. Hao ndo wataenda na KWS will advise them as it is mali watatoa hiyo nyoka, because there's already a research process in place. Wako hapa Ngong Road, ni a government, it's government owned, nina support KWS in this process. So what we are saying, hatutapeana nyoka. Justina Wamae or Wajakoya won't go and give snakes. No, we will work with the experts. And Kenya haikosi our experts. We'll work with KWS. But the fact is, we have amplified the voice that this is an alternative income generating activity.
Una la kuongeza kabla tu? Naona KWS wako na kazi mingi ahead of their government, ya fisi na ya nyoka. For us, we are safe again. We leave them in the zoo.
They were expecting, the law is there, the Wildlife Conservation Act 2013.
Those were just my remarks.
Yeah.
Naam, tuingie katika mada yetu ya mwisho katika mjadala huu wa leo ambayo inahusu kinyang'anyiro hiki ambapo kipo, namna siasa zinavyoendeshwa. Kwa mtazamo wako Bi Ruth, katika muda wa dakika 2, unapoangalia jinsi kampeni zinavyoendeshwa, jinsi uongozi unavyoendeshwa humo nchini Kenya, kama mgeni katika ulingo wa siasa na katika masuala haya yote, ni kipi ambacho unaona kinastahili kubadilishwa katika namna tunavyojiendesha?
I would say that I have been a leader. One, I will not call myself a new politician in this field. I have been a leader from the time I was a young girl. And I almost actually got into the Nairobi gubernatorial in January 2021, a governor with David Mwaure. Lakini we Kenyans and Nairobians know what happened. Hiyo maneno ilisimamishwa. So what I would bring in different is to ensure that we get rid of this PR. Tumedanganya wa Kenya for too long. People have been asking hauna experience, but if the cost of experience is what has happened over the years, I'd rather come in as the new option. Mtu yule amebadilika, mtu ako trustworthy, mtu ako na nafasi ya kubadilisha maisha ya Wakenya, kushughulikia wanawake, kupa wanawake sauti, even the youth. Wanarika pale nje wametengeneza jobless corners, but tunasema tunahitaji experience. No, I refuse what the stereotypes are talking about. Ninasema sisi tunakuja kuleta mabadiliko. Amkeni wa Kenya, tunakuja kuleta mabadiliko na uongozi mpya katika hii nchi.
Ni baadhi ya mabadiliko kama yapi ambao unapendekeza Ruth? Kwa sababu unasema kuleta mabadiliko yapi? What should change?
Corruption. Francis, corruption is big on us. You know, we cannot be able to change agriculture without curbing corruption. We cannot deal with sports. Look at what what happened to Ferdinand. The corruption imefanya hii maneno ifanyike. He's a champion. He's going to represent a country. Lakini kuna wale wanatangulia kabla yeye. The person who is supposed to be bringing glory back to us is the person who is last. Is given last priority. Kwa hivyo haya mabadiliko sisi ndiposa tunaegemea upande wa corruption, because it is a cancer in this country, and we need to get rid of it.
Let me give you some 60 more seconds. Haya mabadiliko unayozungumza, how will it affect health? How will it affect the young people who have no jobs? How will it affect infrastructure development na mambo kama hayo?
Tukipambana na corruption, tutakuwa na operational capital. Remember, we'll be able to create jobs for the youth. Kuna wale wamefanya degree, 2,000 of them probably after every year wana graduate. Hawana makazi. Wakienda kutafuta kazi, they're being asked for 3 years experience. It is not bought over a shelf. Tunataka kupatia the graduates nafasi waweze tunapatia graduates nafasi kuweza kuingia kwa makazi with a minimal experience with a minimal experience, which means tunaweka mikakati ya kuweza kuwapatia nafasi kuingia immediately after graduation. There's a graduation program. Na watu kama wa informal sector tunamsha the industries that have been dead. During COVID, we got to learn that we can make masks we can make locally masks. Kwa nini bado basi tunazileta to employ wanarika walipo hapa ndani waweze kutengeneza mask? You can imagine we're even importing toothpicks. Situpatie wanarika in the informal sector nafasi waweze kujijenga pia.
Justina, what should change about our way and mode of doing politics?
Let me say this about health. Ukiangalia as it is, if you have for example, you're told to come for an MRI, to get an MRI scan or dialysis, ukiwa Turukana, you have to come to Nairobi for NHIF to give you authorization for that. Assuming you're very, very sick, so you have to come with someone. You travel from Turkana to Nairobi. Up until 2018, it was working. I don't know why it stopped. You come here to Nairobi, maybe upate watu ni wengi kwa NHIF office, so uende bado ulale, there's cost of even spend in Nairobi, and then you go back. What I'm thinking, the change we need in Roots Party, what we are pushing as Roots Party. Number one, NHIF zote in all localities and branches, can they authorize this thing? So that kama ni dialysis, kama ni MRI, we were told that machines were bought. Why should they come to Nairobi all the way from Turkana or Mandera for authorization in Nairobi? So that is the change we want. Number two, doctors are professionals. They should also have their own health service commission. They have been fighting for this. So as Roots Party, we are going to push for that. Wacha wajipange kama Judicial Service Commission, because health is very, very paramount in this country. Another thing which borders on devolution. Our idea as Roots Party is that we've seen that 15% is not possible because national government is not able to give county governments, and county governments are crying. When we say we are going to suspend the constitution, that comes into chapter 11 of devolution. What we want is for the counties, they are already organized in caucuses. Wajipange, they get their own revenue, wagawane according to their regions. They are only going to give national government ya roots 10%. Iyo, a doctor wa county atalipwa, suppliers who've been auctioned because they have not been paid watalipwa. Unaona, and service delivery ya county will be manageable. So that is the change we are pushing as Roots Party.
Na Bi Ruth, katika kauli yako ya kumaliza una muda wa dakika 2, ni kipi ambacho mtakifanya tofauti na utawala ambao upo sasa katika kauli yako ya kufunga?
Wakenya tunaleta transparency. Wakenya tunaleta uongozi mpya. Tunakuwa, we are the new broom. We are the people who are coming to clean up the corruption. We are people who are coming to stabilize the economy. We are concerned about our youth. We are concerned about the women plight, just as like the disabled, the people with disability. So give us the chance to take care of you. You are our bosses. It's paramount to know that you are our bosses. You are not the subject. So give us the vote and we shall bring in the change that we have been talking about.
Kauli yako ya kufunga, Bi Justina.
And I call for mindset change when tulikuwa tunaanza hii debate. Kenyans, let us respect the media owners. They have organized this debate. And the purpose of this debate is to give you an opportunity to ask your leaders questions. And here we are. So don't see it like it's something that you have time wasting. Ama mulisha amua. No. If you need a different Kenya, a transformed Kenya, this is the opportunity. Let me say this as Roots Party. We might come off as jokers, as not serious people, but one thing we are doing is to push your mind and to ask yourself, by the way, my tribe doesn't help me, but the challenges I'm facing as an individual is what I want my government to help me with. So we are coming in with fresh ideas. We are coming in with the idea that Kenya can do better. Kenya is beautiful. We have athletes who we are always trending that they are doing well. We have musicians who are doing well. But when it comes to leadership, why do we have low self-esteem? Why do we choose people? Why are we scared to go a different direction? So my call to Kenyans is that Roots is different. We are giving you a solution. We are explaining to you where we are going to get the money to run government projects, and we are ready to serve you. So be different. Don't feel like anyone owns you. Don't feel like you're doing someone a favor. And for the 44 million undecided, I hope I've convinced you. And the ones who are decided, I hope I've converted you to vote for Roots Party, because this is the government and the party for the future.
Thank you very much.
Asanteni sana. Mnaweza kupokezana mkono.
Thank you.
Na wanaposema wahenga, kilicho na mwanzo lazima kiwe na mwisho. Hii sasa ndio tamati ya mjadala wetu kati ya wagombea wenza wa kiti cha urais.
Indeed, our appreciation to candidates Justina Wamae and Ruth Musheru, and to you, the audience here and out there watching on television here in Kenya and around the world. Thank you all. I'm Francis Gashuri of Citizen TV and Inoro TV.
Nami naitwa Zubeida Kananu Kome kutoka KTN News. Usiku mwema.
Thank you for staying with the Deputy Presidential Debate. Debate 1 has just ended just moments after Justina Wamae of the Roots Party and Ruth Mutu of the Agano Party faced off. Then Debate 1, Debate 2 is kicking off in just a bit. But my panelists are still here with me. In fact, some of the leaders are already here, within the vicinity. We're waiting for Martha Karua, Azimio la Umoja, One Kenya Alliance, and Rigathi Gachagua, who's Kenya Kwanza, who's just arriving for the Debate 2, which will kick off in the next 1 hour. And I'll be crossing over to Ken Mijungu in just a bit, and Michelle Ngele was standing by for that conversation shortly. And my panelists are still with me. Professor Alfred Omenya, urban planning expert, is changing places with Professor Gituro. Nerima Wako, Executive Director, Siasa Place, is still here. Dr. Nancy Baraza, former Deputy Chief Justice, is still with us here. Saska Labarakwe, Public Policy Expert, is also with us. And Wanjiru Gikonyo, Executive Director, TISA, which is the Institute of Social Accountability. Just moments before this debate kicks in, the second debate, Wanjiru, who impressed you in the first debate and why?
Well, I have to give my kudos to Justina. First of all, I think both were impressive, and it's a landmark that we have two women being able to hold this debate. Yeah. So that means out of all the candidates, we've got a total of 3 women as deputy. That is the trend we need when we're talking about gender inclusion. In terms of the debate, I'd have to give it to Justina. Yeah. I felt she argued her points very convincingly. I think she gave a lot of good background information. I've learned a lot. Yeah. But they both did well. Both did well.
Asaska, who impressed you?
To be honest with you, I give it to the Roots Party for making cannabis a national conversation in this debate this evening. Kudos. And I also picked up that she covered their manifesto very well, cutting across all the 10 points. And the other thing I noted is that the Roots Party manifesto is an outward-looking manifesto. Yeah. Because you'll find that she really focused on exporting hyena parts and dog and snake meat and anti-venom and all this. And they're looking at China particularly. That I find it quite interesting because China is one of the highest consumers of these exports. And because of this, she's really hammered it down on legalization of marijuana. Yeah. And she made it clear to Kenyans that, hey, we're not just going to work in an empty space. We'll have laws and regulations guiding the farming of marijuana. Yeah. So I found it very interesting and captivating.
Dr. Baraza, were your expectations met? Are you convinced now? You're waiting to be convinced whether this is an alternative option?
I think before I answer that, Trevor, I want to commend the two candidates. Yeah. I think, as Wanjiru has said, I think our democracy has grown. It's growing. That we are having women stand before us and debate and offer themselves. I think our democracy is a demonstration that our democracy is maturing. Yeah. But to come to the issues, I think Justina did very well. She was on top of her manifesto. They are thinking outside the box. She gave us what is it?
The issues around their manifestos and why
the issues and how they intend to realize those issues, the law, the regulations. I think she did very well. Yeah. Except we got focused too much on marijuana. Yeah. Probably other issues were not as well articulated. As for Agano, Ruth performed well too, but she ended up reacting to Justina and forgot that they have their own manifesto. She didn't articulate their own manifesto very well.
All right.
Otherwise, I think it's a clap for our democracy.
All right, Dr. Baraz. And you can see right now, this debate 2 is just about to kick off. It's starting off in the next 45 minutes or so. And one of the candidates there, Honorable Rigathi Gachagua from the Kenya Kwanza and UDA Brigade, is already here, ready to face off with Honorable Martha Karua. He's just come in first. And of course, they're going to hold him for a bit for the second part of that debate, which is kicking off at exactly 8 p.m. all the way to 9:30. That will be moderated by James Smart and Sophia Wanuna. James Smart, who has been told there's no such thing as beard gang. Ni pesa hakuna. Let's go over to James Smart and find out what's really going on. But right now, one of the candidates who's arriving for the second debate, that is Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, is heading to speak to Ken Mijungu and Michelle Ngere to find out how he's feeling this evening.
Trevor, thank you so much. And of course, the Kenya Kwanza Alliance candidate, running mate Rigathi Gachagua, is here, all decked up, looking really nice. Thank you so much for you. Quite early, you keep time. It's about 5 minutes past 7. How have you prepared for this debate?
Well, to start with, I'm a guy who keeps time. You know, I was a guy in uniform. I believe in military precision. You told me here to be 7. Here at 7, I'm here at 7.
Okay.
I'm ready for the debate. I'm looking forward. I hope this debate is about the people of Kenya. I hope we are not degenerate into triviality and innuendos and rumors and unnecessary issues. I trust that the moderators will give us a chance to present to the people of Kenya our plan to turn around the economy, to change their lives, to put food on the table, to make sure that every Kenyan can pay their bills, they can take their children to school, to make sure that every Kenyan who goes to hospital cannot be detained there because of lack of money, and to restore the dignity of the Kenyan people.
Okay.
You know, Kenyans are in a state of helplessness. Kenyans feel very dejected. They lack hope. We need to give them a plan.
Okay.
And we have that plan. And given an opportunity tonight, we will talk to the people of Kenya and tell them the plan that we have.
Very, very interesting. But as I let you go, because you need to take a little rest before you take to the podium, you are prepared for this debate. You have been going around campaigning for Kenyans. But how do you feel being here tonight? This is the day, you know, because obviously prepared for it.
I feel good because I'll have an opportunity to talk to many Kenyans who don't come to public rallies. There are many Kenyans who, because they are working, they are busy in business, some outside the country, they don't get time to attend public rallies where we have been pushing our agenda and explaining to the people of Kenya why they should give Dr. William Ruto and I a chance to change their lives, to restore their dignity, to give them hope, to inspire them. Right. And those are the Kenyans I want to talk tonight. And I trust and pray that the moderators will not be trivial. They'll give me an opportunity to talk to the people of Kenya about our plan and convince them that we have the best plan for them, and that is why they should come out on the 9th of August and vote for Dr. Ruto and I.
All right, Rigathi Gachagua, running mate for the Kenya Kwanza, all the best as he walks in to now take his position. And Trevor, very interesting. He's a man who keeps time, and he says he's ready for the debate, and I know we are also ready. Over to you, Trevor.
Thanks, Ken. We're absolutely ready for debate 2. This is just moments after debate 1 has just finished. Justina Wamai of the Roots Party and Ruth Mutua were facing off. Now debate 2 is still kicking off in the next 45 minutes or so. That's at 8 p.m. They're going all the way to 9:30, and the first candidate has already arrived. That's Honorable Rigathi Gachagua. Nerima, coming to you now, just post the first debate. Who impressed you and why?
Well, I would have to say that as well. I agree. I believe it was Justina Wamai. You could clearly see in the way she articulated herself that politics is something that she is well versed and used to. She was able to use very personal stories. She identified with the people, the audience. A lot of times with her responses, you could hear the audience chiming in and laughing. But also the fact that she had tried to stand in Mavoko and also applied for permanent secretary position, it shows you that even in her articulation of responses, she could see how things work within the counties.
Okay.
And
Nerima, I'm going to ask you to hold that thought. Now the interruption comes to you for the first time. At least that's one vote on your side. Let's go somewhere to Busara Naman, who's standing by with Justina Mamai of the Roots Party post the first debate, and let's find out how she's feeling. Busara?
Naam, mtazamaji, bila shaka duru ya kwanza ama awamu ya kwanza mdahalo imetamatika na tayari tunajitayarisha kwa awamu ya pili. Lakini kabla hatujajitosa katika awamu ya pili, ni lazima tuweze kujua jinsi mambo yalivyokwenda katika awamu ya kwanza. Na hapa nipo na mgombea mwenza ambaye ni Justina Wamae, na pengine tu ningependa utueleze, je, unahisi vipi baada ya huo mdahalo? Na je, unahisi kwamba umeweza kuwashawishi wa Kenya?
Asante sana Busara kwa hilo swali. Nikiingia hapa nilisema kazi yangu itakuwa ku destigmatize Roots Party manifesto na believe nimefanya hivyo. But wacha niseme hivi. Kenya imebadilika, Wakenya wanataka leaders who understand them. Na ndio maana ilibidi nifanye a lot of research na ni present well ndio Wakenya watuelewe. Another thing, Mkenya wa leo si ule wa kitambo. Nilipokuwa mdogo nilikuwa naona wanasema women in politics are not married. So the men in this country wako progressive, watasupport ideas, hata women empowerment ideas, and I need to thank personally my husband, my spouse, Bwana Alex, tuko naye huku kwa kunipatia hii opportunity ya ku choose and do what I love, which is public service and leadership. Nimefurahi sana sana.
Naam, asante sana kwa kuja, asante kwa kuitikia mwito. Na mtazamaji, kufikia hapo na ningependa kumpisha mwenzangu Nimrod Tabu naye atueleze upande wake kuko vipi. Karibia kaka.
Naam, asante sana Busara. Bila shaka nafikiri mgombea mwenza ameeleza vizuri. Ninaye mgombea mwenza pia mwingine alikuwa hapo katika jukwaa, Bi Ruth Mutua. Nafikiri pengine hisia za kwanza tu ulipowasili na mpaka sasa. Je, unasikia fursa hii umeitumia vizuri kuzungumza na wananchi? Manake kuna wengine ambao pengine walikuwa hawaja kuona kwa muda mrefu, kuchukua majukwaa kama haya na kuzungumzia manifesto.
Hii nafasi nimeifurahia, and I thank the Media Council for the opportunity that you've given unto us. We are not really competing against each other. Tumekubaliana na Justina, tumekuja kuleta the manifesto. What is this government coming to do? I have loved the interview. It was interactive, but not si ya kuleta mtu chini, ya kumuonesha this one is better than the other. Na pia ningeweza kufurahi kushukuru familia yangu, pia mimi bwana na watoto wamenishikilia for even this first time of a race. Nasema ni asante.
Bila shaka tunatumai kwamba umeweka msingi wa yale ambao mnataka kufanya hata siku za usoni, lakini asante sana kwa muda wako. Bila shaka tukiwa na migaragazano kama hii tutakuwa tunatafutana na nyinyi. Haya basi, ndio kama ulivyosikia mtazamaji, wagombea wenza wote wakifurahia fursa hii kuweza kuzungumza na wananchi na kuuza sera zao kwa wale ambao walikuwa bado hawaja kuweza kuwafahamu ama kuwaelewa zaidi. Lakini kwa sasa hivi tunakwenda kwake Trevor Ombija, bado wakili na wachanganuzi, kuzungumzia tu awamu ya kwanza na pia matamanio na yale yanayotarajiwa katika mdahalo wa pili.
Asante sana Nimrod na Busara there, but we come back to you. You're finishing your thoughts on why Justina is the one who impressed you.
Yes. So basically she said it herself just now, where she said she's passionate about public service.
Yeah.
We saw that. She was able to bring it out. But also her opening statement, where she talked about, Kenyans, open your mind. So Roots Party is definitely different. We saw the difference. And she also closed it with Kenyans, open your mind.
Okay.
And I think that she has managed to do what she came to do.
Yeah.
People are asking questions on, can industrial hemp make a difference to our economy?
Yeah.
She has left Kenyans actually thinking about it rather than completely negating it. And so I think she has won this debate today.
All right, Prof, were your expectations met, and who impressed you this evening?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Trevor. I think my expectations have learned to make them very, very low, so they were met. there's no doubt about that. I think I really liked Justina and Roots Party.
Yeah.
Because I like them not necessarily because of the issues they responded to, but as the other panelists have actually highlighted, as our democracy expands, we will be having different types of parties, pushing for different types of issues. And I think for the first time, we are seeing a fringe party, being on the national agenda with a clear issue.
Yeah.
And that issue is actually legalization of industrial hemp. And yes, whatever the case, whether we discussed hemp for too long or whatever it is, I think Kenyans learned a lot about that one single issue that that Roots Party and Justina brought on board. When it came to Ruth, I thought that their party must also be having an issue that they wanted Kenyan to listen to, but it seemed like her issue was to oppose industrial hemp and to oppose snake rearing and to oppose export of hyenas to China. So Agano Party actually wasted our time and actually did not even use the platform for anything. Yes, but of course, I mean, what I'd hope to hear really it was whether there was anything beyond what we're hearing, the hemp and stuff like that. And I think Justina either tactically or otherwise chose not to discuss any of those things. Whether it's devolution, whether it's other issues around agriculture, whether it is youth employment and all that. But on their single agenda of hemp, it was clearly put on the table. And my one suggestion to them is that they should not really campaign about anything else. The other things they can leave for Azimio and Kenya Kwanza. Let them focus on hemp and educate us accordingly.
Okay. Dr. Baraza, on the issue of the rule of law, Justina says judiciary is the one that is to blame. Because in her own words, money will be used to sanitize whoever is accused of any matter. Do you agree with those statements? That it's the judiciary that is to blame?
Before I go to the judiciary, I want to support my colleague there about Justina and her hemp. Actually, come to think of it, I use an oil called Indian hemp for my head. So if that hemp is the marijuana, then maybe she should focus. I use Indian hemp on my head. The judiciary and Justina, I think to a large extent, I think we need to pull up our socks in the judiciary. People, whether rightly or wrongly, they think the judiciary is the weakest link in our fight against corruption. The delays in cases, the drama that goes on around cases, especially cases on corruption. I think we need to, the institution needs to pull up its socks so that we can very, very ably deal with the issue of corruption.
Can the solution be the death penalty and death by hanging? Because the last time this happened, and Gashuri brought it out very well, was in 1987. She says that will instill fear. If it is
we have the death penalty. It is there. It's not like it has been outlawed. It is there. And it is for capital offenses. I don't think corruption is a capital offense. So unless now we revisit it, but it is there. And I don't think it instills fear even in the murderers and the people who commit capital offenses. So I don't know. I think probably she needs to have given us more alternatives on how we can deal with corruption.
But we've not seen the death penalty being used since 1987.
It is not used. I think we develop cold feet when it comes to real hanging of people. So we have just put them there in committee. They are there, and nobody hangs them.
Okay.
So and it's true. We hanged last, I think, in 1987. 87. Yeah.
All right. Let me bring in Wanjiru on this. Wanjiru, on the issue of judiciary, Justina says it's the judiciary that has failed Chapter 6 of the Constitution. Do you agree?
Well, what I do agree is that we have a problem of corruption. And what I like about these two parties, unfortunately, too much time was spent on the Bangi issue and not enough on the other issues. But if you look at the manifestos, there is the hanging provision in the Roots Party, and then the Agano Party really, actually, their centerpiece is fighting corruption. And all their recommendations are kind of built around that. And what I like about that is they are forcing, they may be fringe parties, but they are putting an issue that Kenyans, that bedevils our society, but Kenyans also feel about at the center stage. Because if you look at the larger parties, the Azimio Party, of course, has, a human rights crusader and a governance crusader for the deputy.
Yeah.
But if you look at the manifesto proper, the proposals they have on fighting corruption have not been brought out. They are not quantified. They look like the platitudes that litter all our other proposals, copy paste, let us do this. So we are not getting action. If you look at the UDA manifesto, actually they're almost telling us, let's rethink this corruption thing, it's not that big a deal. They also have some good proposals to strengthen the redress institutions, but they're leaving out the leadership and integrity. So we need the fringe parties, and I hope they'll stay the course to keep this center stage. Is it the judiciary? Well, the judiciary is definitely a weak link. In fact, Transparency International did a study on the judiciary and found of all the institutions, it's possibly one where corruption is most rampant. But by the same token, part of the paradoxes of our governance, the judiciary has been the bulwark or the protector of the Constitution under this dispensation against an administration that was really violating the Constitution. Yeah. So I wouldn't put it all on the judiciary because we've got, how do cases start? Cases start in the administrative process, and there are administrative sanctions. We have a commission on administration of justice. Yeah. So a lot of the offenses that we have can be dealt with administratively, but the public service doesn't work. From the people they hire, from the people who sit on the public service, from the people who get into public offices. So the moment you have the wrong people sitting in these offices, you begin to dilute the process. When these violations happen, they'll get investigated by the Auditor General, and the Controller of Budget can stop finances in some cases. Once these reports come to Parliament, what happens? And we've seen what happens with corruption cases, including the COVID, including the NYS reports. We've seen Parliament expunging the names of some of the politically connected individuals so that you get a report with a bunch of facts, leaving out the perpetrators and those most responsible. Okay. We've seen the president promise to release beneficial ownership information. This is who are the companies that are taking part in government procurement, so that we can hold those people to account. And this hasn't happened. Okay. So we can't put it all on the judiciary. We have a very robust legal and administrative institutional framework, but the culture, what we want to hear is what's the culture that we, how do we change the culture? How do we enforce the laws that are there?
And Asaska, what are your thoughts on this when the candidate is blaming the judiciary and saying that the death penalty will instill some sort of fear?
I'll agree with what Daktari and Wanjiru has mentioned, but I also don't want to 100% blame the judiciary because our constitution is progressive and the judicial systems are quite independent. So I think we are progressing, however slow, into having perfect judicial systems in place that deliver justice and fairness. So I wouldn't blame it 100%.
Okay. No. So, Prof, what are your thoughts on this? Is it the judiciary? Is that the weakest link when it comes to fighting graft?
Actually, that's nonsense. We know exactly the problem with corruption in this country. Corruption in this country is a leadership issue. And it goes to what fellow panelists are saying there, that we do have enough administrative instruments to deal with this. If a president of the country is telling us that people are stealing in his government, whose responsibility is it to stop those people from stealing? It is not the judiciary. It is the president. And the president actually has adequate room in law to be able to replace people who are thieves and even who've been suspected of theft. I think if you look at the judiciary, if you look at Article 6 of the Constitution, I think that it sets a leadership standard. It sets a standard for public leaders. It is not just there actually for leaders who fail the criminal test. If I'm a famous thief, you don't need to prove that Romania is a thief so as not to put me in. To block me from getting into public office. Corruption in this country will only end if we have leaders who are not corrupt. We can create new laws. We can create new institutions to fight corruption. We can threaten to hang people. But, and not just in the country, we know that corruption in private sector is normally when the CEO is corrupt or condones the corruption. Corruption in counties is when those governors are actually corrupt or condone corruption. Counties that have not wanted, that have actually wanted to serve the public properly and ensure that public resources are used properly, they are being done, and it's not because of the judiciary.
Yeah.
The president, yes, and we've been told the president has promised us over and over again to tell us who are these beneficial owners of companies, who are running the SGR, who are in the expressway, and so on.
Yeah.
I'm happy to say on national TV that, as far as I'm concerned, the president himself has failed that test to lead from the front. In fact, I actually think that the president and his deputy condone corruption, and that's why this animal will continue. As long as we keep electing leaders who condone corruption, we can cry whatever we want. We can point fingers. We can create 10 casas, but corruption will actually continue.
Yeah.
It's for me. It actually starts and ends with leadership.
Okay, Nerima, what are your thoughts on that?
I think just to add on what has already been mentioned, we need to talk about asset recovery.
Yeah.
The Kroll report did, mention, especially during Moi's regime, a lot of resources, ill-gotten wealth, was transferred to Swiss accounts. So in 2018, when the former president, Alain Berset, visited Kenya, he signed an agreement with President Kenyatta called FRAC, the Framework for the Return of Assets from Corruption and Crime in Kenya. Where did that go? What has happened with that? I think that there are frameworks in place in our country to make sure or to support our resources to come back in. Because as much as we're talking about corruption within, which is current, there's corruption from previous decades of mismanagement and terrible leadership and bad governance that we also need to talk about, that is overseas.
Yeah.
And bringing these resources back, I think it's important for our candidates to highlight how they plan to do that, not just focusing on the judiciary. So I do agree that it has everything and a lot to do with leadership in place.
Yeah, and Dr. Baraza, one of the things that she brought out is closely related to what Professor is saying. Justina said that it's Kenyans themselves who are to blame for bad leadership. Do you agree with that statement?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We know corruption is rampant. We know what it is doing to us. But we are ready to vote in corrupt leaders. We don't condemn corruption. We are ready. Only we are the ones who vote in these fellows. And so I think to that extent she's right. And on the issue of the judiciary, I think, let me go back to it. It's just one of the many institutions. And there are instances of corruption in that institution, but that doesn't mean that the entire judiciary is to blame for corruption. I think all our institutions, the entire leadership of this country is responsible for corruption.
Okay.
And so I think to that extent, she's quite right. And Kenyans ourselves determine the kind of leadership that we want. And so if we elect corrupt people, we put them in place, and they come and play musical chairs on us. We are promised there is going to be a lifestyle audit. We are all ears out, waiting for the lifestyle audit. And that is the surest way of finding out how we are making our money and who is making this money. And then it stops. We don't hear about it anymore. And we continue.
Okay.
And right now, I think our biggest problem is celebration of money. We don't care where money has come from. Our little boys and girls are driving the most expensive vehicles in this country. Our economy is a small economy.
Yeah.
Where are we getting this money from? We don't ask those questions. We are celebrating corruption.
Okay. Wanjiru, is it the electorate that is to blame for all the mess that we are in?
No, I respectfully disagree.
Yeah.
I think it is, sometimes we don't understand why some of these political decisions are made. When you look at, some of the candidates, like let's say Mike Sonko, he's been impeached in one, run Nairobi to the ground, yet there's an indication that he may get acceptance in Mombasa had the court allowed him to do so. But I think those might be outliers and also might be ignoring the many factors. So many factors go into the voting decision, including the electoral process. If we had an electoral process in 2013 that had to be challenged up to the Supreme Court because there were doubts on the way it was managed, and if again in 2017 I went, voted, Kenyans went, voted, and the presidential result had to be annulled and overturned because the process was manipulated, with a weak electoral system, you actually impede the ability of the confidence of Kenyans in the electoral and the leadership election process, and the ability to remove bad leaders. Linked to the electoral process is the party nomination process, where you have maybe two bad candidates or two candidates implicated of corruption. They may be good in other ways, maybe then Kenyans don't really have a choice. The other thing is, like I said earlier, our civic education is actually a duty of government if you look at the law, but it hasn't been taking place. And you have to ask yourself, why did the Jubilee administration frustrate the civic education and civil engagement pillar of engagement? Because they did. They were deregistering institutions. They were refusing to allow development funders to fund civic education and voter education. So if you do not build up a critical consciousness among the citizens, what do you expect? We are going to fall privy to the lies and propaganda that the politicians peddle out. Last thing is, socially, the incentives work for corruption. Those who have fought corruption pay a very bitter price. Whether it's John Gidongo now paying 10 million for exposing the Anglo leasing, whether it was Jacinta Mwatela, who was hounded out of Central Bank for refusing corruption, whether it's David Nyakei, who exposed Goldenberg, and he died a pauper's death. So the social incentives favor corruption because the political elite are benefiting. So blaming the citizen is victim blaming. And maybe last I can say is professionals. Look at what happened in Kenyatta University when a professional stood up and said no. So we also need professionals of courage and integrity to stop being bullied when they're given the wrong instructions.
Asaska, is it the people who are to blame for this?
Trevor, first of all, before I answer your question, I think we would like to appreciate the fact that Kenya's democratic space has really grown over time. And one, it's because look at the fringe parties, the Roots Party and the Agano Party. They have a huge space right now to explain to Kenyans what they really stand for and what they will bring to the table for Kenyans. And yes, you're asking me, is the corruption, are we to blame the electorate?
Asaska, now I think you get one interruption also. It's fair play for everyone. Everybody's interrupted at least once. You can see now on your screens that the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance Deputy Presidential Candidate, Honorable Martha Karua, is now here, ready for the debate, which is starting in the next 30 minutes from now. It's going to take 1.5 hours, where they're going to outline the reasons why they're running for office and why they should be elected. Right after that, what is going to happen is they're going to take a ballot session. In that ballot session, whoever picks the first number is the one who will make the opening remarks first. I think she's accompanied by her family there. So once that happens, the second person is the one who will also make the closing remark second. That's Honorable Martha Karua is coming in for the debate that's going to take place in just a short while there, but 1.5 hours of it. Where Kenyans, you can send in your questions as well on 22843, and we'll cross over to them and find out whether she's ready for the debate that is about to kick off in the next half an hour. And Ken Mijungu is now standing right there with Michelle Geleken.
Deputy Presidential Running Mate under the Azimio One Kenya Coalition just arrived at 25 minutes to the debate. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. And you can see I'm surrounded by my grandchildren.
Yes. You want to say something? You want to say something?
Hi, people.
Are you ready for this debate?
Very. Yes.
All right. Say something.
Hi.
Do you wish her well?
Yes.
All right.
Please vote for Azimio.
All right, that is Martha Karua. She is the second candidate to arrive for this debate, setting the stage for the debate. Among many others, Kenyans expecting a heated debate, where amongst center stage will be how these candidates will implement their manifestos. Trevor.
Thank you, Michelle and Ken Mijungu there, speaking to the Deputy Presidential candidate for the Azimio La Umoja One Kenya Alliance. Honorable Martha Karua has just walked into the podium. The debate kicks off in the next half an hour from now. They'll first go into the balloting session where they pick their numbers. That will determine who will make the opening remarks and who will be the first one to make closing remarks as well. But as Aska, we're talking about now, we have to switch gears. As you finish your talks on that, let's now talk about the one that's coming, the debate that's coming. What are your expectations for this particular debate between Honorable Rigathi Gachagua and Honorable Martha Karua?
First, before we jump into that, can I finish on the corruption?
Yes.
Thank you, Trevor. So in regards to corruption, I think one thing that I want to bring it out is an overall lack of commitment to fight corruption. Because, and it begins from our household level all the way to the top leadership. I think it's time for us to be serious about corruption, for us to face corruption head on, because I think we're losing a lot of money to corruption and it needs to go to better use.
Okay.
And the other issue is, are we blaming the 22 million voters? No. Yes. In one way, yes. We vote to people we know, most likely experienced politicians. As much as we have the fringe candidates, we feel like we go with who is famous and who we know based on our tribal and ethnic lines.
Yeah.
So changing gears here.
Okay.
What I expect on the second time of the debate is on both Kenya Kwanza manifesto and the Azimio manifesto, they really have some impressive commitments, and one of it is enhancing devolution.
Yeah.
I want to see how well they're going to articulate the issue of devolution, particularly increasing the shareable county revenue. And the other thing is both parties are huge on social protection as a development policy. And one good example is the 600 Kenya shillings cash transfers to the most vulnerable community members.
6,000.
6,000, yeah. And my question is, as much as this makes an economic sense, is it affordable?
Yeah.
Where is the physical sustainability of this initiative? We all know that social protection plays a big role, and it will definitely bring about equity and inclusive economic value to the beneficiaries.
Yeah.
But as much as there's no clear cut on the criteria and how many people. I know we have roadside declaration. There's about 2 million people, but I'd like to hear from Ms. Karua on how well they're going to execute this.
Okay. Professor Menya, what clarifications are you seeking from debate 2, which is about to begin between Rigathi Gachagua and Honorable Martha Karua?
Yeah, thank you. I think we're really looking forward to this debate, and one of the major issues we have looked at hunger. There are 20 million Kenyans who cannot put food on the table. I need to hear from them what went wrong with Uhuru Kenyatta's economic policies and what they'll do differently. Of course, Wajakoya has told us they'll rear snakes. We need to hear from Azimio and Kenya Kwanza what they will actually do differently.
Okay.
I need specifics. I need people who will be talking about Kenyans. Who are these Kenyans? Where are they? How many are they? Access basic health.
Yeah.
These are some of the issues that we'll be talking about. But one of the things that cannot run away from is corruption. We need to actually have clear plans on the table. Because honestly, corruption, in fact, if you look at our expenditure currently as a country, the biggest expenditure is debt. That's at 70%, 1.3 trillion.
Yeah.
The second one is civil servants pay at around 800, 900 billion. The third one is corruption at between 600 to 700 billion. The money we are giving the counties actually comes a distant fourth or fifth. So basically what we are saying is that, look here, as long as we'll continue being corrupt, as long as government has no clear, these future governments have no clear plan to nip corruption at the bud, then these guys should just pack and go home.
It's not even just how we're going to have the resources or
things like that. It's the participation of young. How are you going to manage that population? And how are you going to offer solutions to a population that didn't even believe in lining up to vote for you?
Yeah.
And how are you going to do it?
Strategies,
yeah,
on how they are going to deal with these issues that touch very directly on Kenyans. They are talking about socio-economic programs to alleviate the immediate problems of the majority of Kenyans, the women. They are, I think, as Mio Moja is talking about women and children, the vulnerable ones.
Yeah.
And I think I agree with Wanjiru. This 6,000 into the pocket, I hope it's not just a promise. Kenyans are hurting, Kenyans are hungry. I think I need to understand that, how that money is going to be sourced and when, because Kenyans are waiting. Issue of devolution, I want to hear concrete steps towards strengthening of devolution. Women, of course, I want to hear about what it is they are going to do with women.
Okay.
And yeah.
All right. Saska, you wanted to jump in?
Yes. As a northerner, we've been left out. Particularly, most of you know about the conflict in Marsabit. People are being killed every single day. Unfortunately, it does not make it to news. And what I'm expecting today is to see what Ms. Karua and Mr. Gashagwa have for the northern frontier counties.
Okay.
And one, on peace and security. Number two, on equal access to education and health. And more so security, because we know peace and security are the main drivers of our economic development. And that's why we are so behind.
Yeah.
I'm really keen, quite biased, if you may say so, but I want to see what they have for the northern frontier counties.
Okay. Wanjiri, one other thing that we have to touch on before we cross over to the debate is the affirmative action. Yeah, the Kenya Kwanza manifesto talks about giving 50% of the positions to women. Same as Emio also talks about empowering the women in their manifesto as well. But is this all about positions? And how come we've consistently failed on the two-thirds gender rule?
Right. I think the failure of the two-thirds gender is similar to, also has fallen to the, the lack of implementation of the promise. But there's also the issue of patriarchy, which means it is more difficult for women to access capital for their businesses. It is more difficult for women in politics. And so that is why the affirmative action comes in, to level the engagement ground and the promises, so to speak. And of course, when women get in there, they need to ensure they push for that gender principle. And then on the issue, the expectations, really building upon what the panelists have said, at the minimum, we are part of the Okoa Uchumi campaign, which has been looking at the issue of public debt that has been driven by budgeted corruption. So at the minimum, we are looking at what are the concrete strategies for economic recovery, what are the concrete strategies for economic transformation, so that we can create jobs and so that we can have a balanced budget and we can generate enough money to implement the projects that we need and a good life for all Kenyans.
Yeah.
That's the minimum. And I believe that the parties have crafted their proposals, so we'll be hearing that. I think the other thing that is maybe the game changer, as far as I'm concerned, as the Institute for Social Accountability, we've been investigating this issue of the culture. What has happened to our social accountability culture? And it, at the center of this is we need to be very intentional about changing the way citizens engage with their public leaders, to move away from the dependency approach, to move away from the patrimonial approach to one of empowered citizens exercising their agency, being patriotic, responsible citizens, but having voice and having the space to engage. So I'm very keen to hear what's the role of the citizens? What's the empowering role of the citizens? Linked to that, what are the strategies to transform the public sector? Because corruption doesn't just happen, outside of a framework.
Yeah.
There are public servants who are recruited who approve these schemes
Yeah.
across the way. Like I said, we've seen an amazing example just this last week when the dean of Kenyatta University refused to hand over land to the cabinet president. Because it was unprocedural.
Yeah.
And, that shows a lot of courage. So and then also maybe borrowing from Nerima, who looked at the study from a positive point of view. When we go back to the Kibaki regime, much as the Kibaki regime didn't do well in fighting corruption, they did have the prime minister's, under the prime minister's office, the public sector transformation unit. And that unit is the one that transformed the way we get our IDs issued, our passports renewed. And in a space of just 3 months, we went from queuing and, people having to bribe to being able to walk in and just get things done for you.
Okay.
That was done by Kenyans in real time.
Yeah.
So the public sector can be reformed, and we want to hear more of those. Then lastly, historical issues.
Yeah.
There are land issues that are still pressing. There's a Truth and Justice Reconciliation report. Those issues are still pending, and I believe a lot of the problems we have at present is the failure to address those issues.
All right, a lot to be packed within 1.5 hours. But Dr. Baraza, you brought up the issue of women and the role they play. How come we've consistently not been able to implement the 2/3 gender rule?
Patriarchy. I think she has nailed it. Patriarchy. Parliament has on several occasions failed to pass the bill on the legislative framework for realization of the not more than 2/3 gender rule. So there has been a lack of political will to push that agenda. But basically, it's patriarchy.
Does the solution lie in appointments? Because the Kenya Kwanza manifesto says they'll give 50% of all appointive positions to women. Is that a solution?
I think it would be, but it would be better if it is within a framework.
Yeah.
Because it can be done today and the following time it is not there. That's why we need a legislative framework for it.
Okay.
But that would be a good beginning if they give women those numbers.
Yeah.
But still, we'll need the legal framework to sustain it.
Okay. Professor Menya, what are your thoughts? Is it just patriarchy? Is that where the problem lies? Is that why we've been unable to get through the 2/3 gender rule?
I think again it is it's a leadership issue still, and I agree 100% with Dr. Baraz on this one that the leadership that we have been given look at this thing as tokenism.
Yeah,
I think it is quite possible to implement this within the existing frameworks we have if parties actually put mechanisms within the party themselves. I mean, one obvious example would be to use party lists, and within the party list, you ensure that the different genders are represented accordingly, so that if a particular gender quota is down, then of course you go for the other gender. Yes, but of course we know that they are not interested in doing this. The day they would be, it will actually reflect. Is very, very easy to do. We have very many competent Kenyan women. And let me say on air, without any fear of contradiction, that in the architecture department at University of Nairobi, where I was, we are almost reaching gender parity.
Yeah.
50-50 on the students.
Mm-hmm.
But it's because we believed there was nothing wrong with a Kenyan girl in terms of studying architecture, and we went out to schools and talked to them, and they came not on affirmative action.
Yeah.
They came on competence. We have enough competent Kenyan women. In fact, I think the problem is the other way around. That we have so many incompetent men occupying positions, and you can't figure out why. Yes, so I think it is political will. Under this one, I believe that, in fact, the political parties and government must be forced using legal frameworks to actually realize gender parity, as was envisaged in the
past. Yeah, but Nerima, what are your thoughts on this? Because there's someone who complains and says that the critics say that even those same appointments that we're talking about tend to be very skewed, and it's more about a political reward for political loyalists rather than the people who are competent.
that there's a sense of that, but also this time it's a little bit different because party lists have been rejected. The parties had tried to put in individuals as favors, people who had stood for elective seats and lost them in the primaries, for instance. And IBC was very, very clear in ORPP. And so when they submitted them, they were rejected, and they've been given a timeline within a week, which is ending this week, to submit a new list. So we have seen the challenges in the space, and the right institutions are working toward fixing those challenges. But I also feel that the public doesn't quite understand the role of women representatives.
Nerima, I have to interrupt you one more time because we're crossing over to the balloting session now. This is an important session. Let's see what's going on there with Nimrod Tabu and who was taking us through that.
Haya, basi. Naam, asante sana Trevor. Bila shaka kama tulivyofahamu katika awamu ya kwanza, Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua yuko hapa, Mheshimiwa Bi Martha Karua vile vile, wote wamefika hapa, ugombea mwenza kutoka Kenya Kwanza na vile vile Azimio. Tutafanya kama tulivyofanya desturi ya kwanza, tawaruhusu mmoja achukue kijikaratasi na mwingine. Asante sana. Halafu tuwaonyeshe watazamaji, yule atakayekuwa kwanza basi atakuwa ni wa kwanza kuingia katika jukwaa na kuweza kujitambulisha na kupata fursa ya kujibu swali la kwanza. Asanteni sana na natakia kila laheri katika mdahalo wa leo. Asante mtazamaji na kurudisha kwake Trevor. Thank you so much.
Point, because the balloting then means whoever picked the first number is the one who will make first opening remarks and will be the first to make closing remarks as well. So that will be Honorable Rigathi Gachagua of the Kenya Kwanza team who will make the first opening remarks and also the closing remarks. Yes, Nerima, we're coming to you before we cross over to the debate, which is about to begin in the next 3 minutes.
Yes, I think that one way to debunk a lot of these positions is understanding the roles of them. And for women representative, I feel a lot of people complain about that position because they don't necessarily understand the role of women representative. Because a lot of people come to me and say, how much does she get? What does she even do there? Is it even necessary? I wish we would ask the same questions about our members of parliament across the board and ask them evenly, so that we have the right people representing us and understanding how important it is to have people who qualify to represent us.
Yeah, but as a young person, Nerima, what inspires the youth to vote? Because there are those who claim now, just like Justina just said, that it's the people who are electing the wrong leaders. What inspires them to vote?
They have to be able to recognize an individual who identifies with them and their issues. I see a lot of youth who follow people that they feel are speaking sense to them.
All right. I'll take a quick break now. When we come back, it's time for debate number 2 between Honorable Rigathi Gachagua and Honorable Martha Karua. That will be moderated by Sophia Wanuna and James Smart. Stay with Deputy Presidential Debate.
Karibu Cam. By offering market linkages, networking opportunities, and technical assistance, Kenya Association of Manufacturers assists its members to grow and scale up their businesses. Join us and let us work together to grow the manufacturing sector. Becoming a CAM member is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Kenya Association of Manufacturers, driving global competitiveness.
When we hate, unite, and divide, we become them and us. But when we unite in solidarity,
Tumechoka na mauaji ya kiolela yanayofanyika katika mitaa yetu duni.
compassion and respect, our actions become more powerful. And together we can change the world.
I think the most important quality of a leader is wisdom, so that the decisions that are being made now, he knows how, it's like a chess player who sees 10 moves ahead. Unajua wakati ambapo mlipa ushuru analipa ushuru wake, anataka aone angalau kazi ya pesa yake ambapo anailipia. Hii pesa tunaamini kuwa zinaishia kwa mifuko za watu binafsi. I think it's important that wealth is declared frequently, and if people have found ways to accumulate wealth very quickly, absolutely good for them, as long as, of course, that is done honestly and ethically. We need leaders who are well educated to understand the challenges that we face in the modern world.
Kwa mfano, mtu mwenye amesomea ukandarasi wa barabara, mkiwa na kiongozi ambaye amesomea hiyo taaluma, una uhakika kwamba barabara za eneo lako zitakuwa zina usimamizi mzuri.
What is a secondary school in Kenya? It ranges from 106 high-cost national schools educating 3% of the learners, where you find ultra-modern libraries and laboratories, the most experienced principals and teachers, and the best teacher-student ratios. To 7,019, some barely established, understaffed, lacking basic facilities, sub-county schools, educating over 60% of learners. Given that KCSE is the most consequential examination in our education system, isn't it fair that we level the ground for all learners to excel by narrowing the capacity gaps between the worst and best schools to deliver quality education? The summer agenda calls for a sub-county schools upgrading program and a change from the capitation model to enable small schools to grow. Without these, SDG 4 is a false promise to most Kenyan children.
Check it. Let's talk about banking. Or let's talk about dreams and goals. Your dreams, your goals.
If you're like Louise, you value doing business with ease. Or maybe you're like Dan, a family man with a plan, a Diamond Trust Bank. It starts with one dream, one goal, one deposit, and one transaction. Pamoja, let's make it happen. So don't just bank with us, bank on us. Enroll at Catholic University of Eastern Africa for courses in nursing, law, business, economics, computer science, education, community health and development, actuarial science, international relations, counseling psychology, regional integration, and theology. September intake ongoing at Langata and Eldoret campuses. Email admissions@quer.edu or visit quer.edu. Quer for innovative, marketable graduates.
Good evening and welcome to the Pope Paul VI Learning Resource Center at the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. My name is James Smart of NTV.
And I am Sophia Wanuna of KTN News. Welcome to the second and last of two debates between the running mates of the four presidential candidates cleared to run for president in the forthcoming election. This is the fourth of 6 national televised debates organized through a joint media presidential debates initiative, bringing together literally the entire Kenyan media fraternity.
The candidates participating in the debate have agreed to the rules and guidelines requiring them to conduct themselves with utmost decorum, address each other with respect, and extend honor to viewers watching this debate live across all Kenya's broadcast media platforms.
Indeed, and the candidates in the debate have also agreed to adhere to the allocated time. Each candidate has 2 minutes to make an opening statement, 2 minutes to answer a question, and 60 seconds for a rebuttal. The topics have carefully been selected after a thorough assessment of the state of our nation and the sentiments of the regular Kenyan voters in various parts of this country.
In line with the debate rules and the best practices, the questions we shall ask have not been shared with any of the campaign teams. Neither were they discussed or formulated in conjunction with anyone. The questions are entirely our own.
And an invited audience here, seated in the auditorium, has also agreed to the debate rules. They have been fully briefed that cheers, jeers, or any other form of noise is not permitted during the debate. We have to make the exception now as we request the audience to help us warmly welcome Honorable Martha Karua and Honorable Rigathi Gachagua to the stage. Karibuni sana. Honorable Rigathi Gachagua occupying podium 1 in order of that balloting exercise we just witnessed a few moments ago. You have heard the rules of the debate, and we look forward to a fruitful engagement this evening. We'll begin with your opening statement, Mr. Gachagua, in 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Rigathi Gachagua, born and brought up in the slopes of Mount Kenya, Herega village 57 years ago. Family is the basic unit of society and the nation. Strong families make strong nations. I'm the head of a family, and it is my pleasure and privilege to introduce my family tonight, who are here with me. My wife of 35 years, Pastor Dorcas Wanjiku Rigathi, and my firstborn son, Kevin Gachagua, a software engineer, and my secondborn son, Dr. Keith Ikino, a medical doctor who helps me to run family business. Tonight is a defining moment for the people of Kenya. The people of Kenya are in anguish. They are in a state of helplessness. They have no food. They don't know where to get their next meal. They are devastated. They need hope. Tonight, I'll present the Kenya Kwanza plan on how we intend to turn around the economy of this country, put people where they belong, restore their dignity, put money in their pocket, and allow them to enjoy their dignity. I look forward to a very objective debate, no trivialities, issues, so that the people of Kenya have an opportunity to interrogate what we plan to do for them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gachagua. Madam Martha Karua, karibu, now your 2 minutes for your opening statement.
Thank you, Sophia. I was born and brought up in Kirinyaga, and I want to thank my parents who are still alive, thank God, for instilling the values of honesty, hard work, community, and respect, values that hold good to this day. In this debate and in the audience, I have my family, my 2 children, Wawira and Edward, my grandchildren, 4 of them, My brothers and sisters, some of them, others are online. I represent the Azimio hope for this country. Azimio, together with Kenyans of goodwill, is out to rescue this country from the stranglehold of corruption cartels. This country can't breathe. We cannot get the services that people do require because monies intended for public service are going into the pockets of corruption cartels, who then become instant millionaires with huge bank balances. We intend to help this country, to help citizens get their country back, and all the resources of this country will be utilized for the best interests of the entire nation, not a select few. I am here to discuss those issues, and I am glad that my opponent is also talking of issues, which is what we have been calling for in our campaign. I'm able, ready, and willing.
Thank you very much, candidates, for your opening statements. Let's introduce the elephant in the room and start this debate. The question of the Deputy President. It has dominated public consciousness in the last 5 years. I'll start with you, Honorable Rigathi Gachagua. What kind of a Deputy President will you be? You have 2 minutes.
I come from a background of management. I have been in public service for 15 years. I've been in private sector for 15 years. I've been in legislation for 5 years. That gives a 35-year experience of public service and engaging with the people. I am a hardworking man. I'm very passionate. I have zeal to serve. I'm an active man. I wake up early. I don't take alcohol. I have all the time and the commitment to put my all to serve the people of Kenya. I have a very good idea of what I need to do to assist my candidate, Dr. William Ruto, in the management of the affairs of this country, give him backup, be available, move around the country to implement development programs, listen to the people, be available to the people, because we have the bottom-up economic model. It's about the people. If you have noted, we have gone around the country in all the 47 counties and held economic forums, listened to the people, had very extensive consultative process of what the people of Kenya want from us. And that informed our manifesto. And we were not surprised that critics were saying our manifesto is too detailed and meticulous. It had to be, because it had to capture the issues, the aspirations of the Kenyan people, what they want us to do for them. And our manifesto is a clear plan that is informed by what the people of Kenya want us to do for them, to dignify them, to improve their quality of life, and to give them a chance to prevail and be men and women of substance.
Thank you. Honorable Karua, the same question. What kind of a Deputy President will you be?
I'll be a Deputy President who is respectful of the Constitution, of the people of Kenya, of my principle, and a person who will obey the rule of law and do the best to support my captain to deliver for this country. The oath of office dictates that the interests of the public are paramount in everything a government does. I will help my captain to stick to the rule of law, to ensure that what is in the Constitution is fulfilled. Our Constitution dictates that we adopt a social market economy where social justice is in the forefront. That is why Article 46, not 47, talks of socio-economic rights. You will notice that in our manifesto, we are talking about giving social support to those who cannot have any income, who do not at the moment have any income. And that's one way of fulfilling the promise of the Constitution and ensuring that Kenyans live in dignity, especially those who cannot afford the basics of life. I will therefore serve with honesty, and my track record speaks of that I have been a consistent public servant who does her work in the manner prescribed by the law, with honesty, with dedication. I will devote 100% to the people of Kenya.
All right. The question on the deputy president, it's public domain, that the current president and his deputy are reading from two different scripts. In the last 5 years, we've seen that effect in public domain. If that happens, what is your view? How should that be solved? How should that be sorted?
In my case and Dr. William Ruto, that will not happen. Both of us are strong-willed leaders who respect each other. None of us suffers from inferiority complex. At no time will William Ruto ever punish me or mistreat me because he has no reason to. I'll support him to be president, and he'll reciprocate that support. Between me and him, we are in agreement that we have no time to quarrel or disagree. We are inheriting a dilapidated country, a country that is on knees economically, a country that is facing an economic shutdown. We have no time for sideshows. We have no time for personal differences. We have no time for an inferiority complex and competition that is unnecessary. We have a job to do. We are inheriting a 9 trillion debt. We are inheriting 6 million young people who have no jobs. 14 million Kenyans are in CRB. We have such a huge task ahead of us that it is unimaginable that Dr. William Ruto or Rigathi Gachagua would digress on personal issues and petty matters to disagree at all. Each of us has a job well cut out. I have already been assigned to work on the economy. I have gone around the country listening to the people of Kenya. I have been to each and every county, and I brought those views that informed our manifesto. Going forward on election, our job is well cut out from day one. We have to implement our plan that is ready, and we have no time to disagree, to quarrel, to have different opinions. We are too busy to even imagine that we can disagree on any issue. We are brought together by a convergence that we need to serve the people of Kenya. And both of us love the people of Kenya and the ordinary people.
And Honorable Karua, as I come to you, I mean, at the beginning of the presidency now, as we have it in 2013, it would have been unimaginable that would be today witnessing the kind of fallout we are between the president and his deputy. So for you, how do you execute differently and ensure we do not see this kind of bad blood drawn out?
I think even when people have differences, because it is not possible for human beings to always think alike. That's why even our constitution acknowledges diversity of opinion. It is imperative that all debates or disagreements or arguments on issues happen in-house, and what is brought to the public must be the result, the agreement on the positions. And I think I'm very well prepared, and I'll continue to pray and address my mind that one, the overall leader is the president. I am the principal assistant. With that in mind, that I'm a delegate of the president and can be required to do any work to support the presidency and the administration, I'll be ready, and I am ready. I have served as a cabinet minister for 6.5 years. A cabinet minister is a delegate of the president. A deputy president is a first among equals within cabinet in being a delegate of the president. It's not a different position. We will be able to moderate any differences of opinion on any issues and to focus on serving Kenyans and to be respectful to Kenyans. Arguing in public, calling each other names in public is not only a disgrace, it's also not respecting Kenyans who elected and put us in office. Yeah. So I will be very conscious. And I've been commenting on the current situation, which does not commend itself to anyone.
Would you then perhaps going by the experience this country has gone through, in terms of the architecture of the Constitution, should we have a rethink, perhaps from an elective deputy president to an appointive one, so that if things do not work out for the sake of country, then the president has that latitude? 2 minutes.
Nothing wrong with the architecture of the Constitution, something wrong with our behavior. It is not that we need to amend to prescribe the relationship between the president and a deputy president. It is that we need to change our behavior, differ with respect, maintain deference for people who are above us, that even when you differ, the way you address them is in a way that tomorrow you can be able to once again sit and work together. And when it comes to my opponent saying that their manifesto or their plan was discussed by Kenyans, I want to remind Kenyans, Azimio was a product of a robust discussion, way ahead of anything our opponents have done. And my captain went around the country and he got Kenyans to express themselves. And that's how Azimio was born. That's how the agenda, the manifesto was born. Consultative process as prescribed by the Constitution. We intend to continue with consultations, even in governance, because public participation is deeply embedded in the Constitution, which my principal and I fought so hard to put in place.
All right, Honorable Guy, the same question. Supposing this were to happen, we've seen before, and it's been part of our history, people call themselves brothers and friends, and then they have a fallout. Supposing this were to happen, would you think it would be possible and great for us to have the deputy president be an appointive position so that the president has the leeway, essentially, to fire you?
That is a hypothesis. I like to look at life from a positive perspective. I always look at a glass as half full, not half empty. I have no doubt in my mind that we are a formidable pair. We are a pair that has been brought together by a common convergence to serve the people of Kenya, to spearhead, chaperon, and implement the third liberation, that is the economic liberation for the people of Kenya. And what has brought us together is so important that no side shows can come in between. The focus that is before us, the need to restore the dignity of the Kenyan people, is such an important aspect of our lives, of our leadership, that it is incomprehensible that we could think of having side shows and things that are necessary. And by the way, the situation between President Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto has not been brought because of ideological differences. It has been brought because of an inferiority complex.
Right.
People must allow strong leaders to prevail. And you shouldn't have a problem when your deputy is strong and sharp and focused. You should just be able to accommodate him and use that as a strength to serve the people of Kenya. Had President Uhuru Kenyatta, in a second term, allowed William Ruto to help him manage the affairs of this country, we will not be where we are today, where Kenyans have no food, where unga is at 250 shillings, that they have to run around to look for a package to try to deal with it to save this election on their part. If he had allowed Dr. William Ruto to help him like in the first term, all the stored projects will be going on. He should have used the strength of William Ruto and harness it and use it to augment his leadership and to strengthen it for the benefit of the people of Kenya.
However, Honorable Rigathi, just quickly to follow up on that, we have seen Martha Karua in 2009, it was, resign after they disagreed with the president as a minister. You saw the former deputy governor Nairobi, when they could not work with the governor, again, resign. So isn't it on principle that those who push for, if it doesn't work out?
I don't think it is honorable to be a quitter. I think you must fight from within and pursue what you intended to do. When the Nairobi deputy governor quit, he left a vacuum in Nairobi, and that allowed President Uhuru Kenyatta to bring the military into the city. You know, because if he was there, the mess in Nairobi will not be. You cannot be a quitter. You must fight on. My sister, Mother Karova, quit President Mwai Kibaki's government when Kibaki needed him, when Kibaki was in trouble, when Raila Odinga was making life impossible for him. Mwai Kibaki needed Mother Karua. And at a time when Mother Karua needed to assist Mwai Kibaki, she quit. Mwai Kibaki is and has been the gentleman of Kenyan's politics, an amiable old man, a good man, a respectable man, a man who was listening to everybody. Any leader who could not work with Mwai Kibaki, I have serious doubt that leader can work with anybody else.
Just a quick reminder to the audience. In the auditorium, we did agree to a set of rules. Silence, please. No laughing, cheering, jeering. Let's just follow the conversation to allow us to have civil engagement and for understanding and hearing every of the candidates as they articulate their thoughts.
Thank you very much, Mother Karua. Response?
For those who do not understand principle, they can never envisage resigning. But I do think it is dishonest to continue to take public salary, to take the privilege and all that goes with office when you know you can no longer deliver, either because of differences or because of other things. I respectively withdrew myself by resignation from Mwai Kibaki's government in a respectful manner, no name calling, such that we were able to continue when we meet to sit down and talk. I don't think the same can be said of Mr. Gashagua's principle. Entertaining disagreement outside government and publicly is disruptive. No wonder the government in which Mr. Gashagua's principle serves is unable to fight corruption because it's pulling in two different directions. That is why we have a paralysis today.
Honorable Martha Karua, the question on just what happens if you disagree with your principle and if your principles should have the right to essentially let you go, should we relook at that?
I think the way the Constitution is, you disagree in-house, you resolve it. I do not think there is anything that cannot be resolved unless if it's something that is unconstitutional that is being demanded of me. I will remember the oath, my oath under the Constitution, that there are things, if they are outrightly illegal, I certainly cannot be party to. But happily, my principle is a believer in the rule of law and constitutionalism. And he is also a man who views everything through the lens of social justice. That is why we have a dignity package for those who cannot afford meals on their table. That is why we have Babacare to rescue Kenyans from lack of access to medical services. If you look at our agenda, you will see that this is an agenda that talks of the socio-economic rights of Kenyans, an inclusive agenda that has every Kenyan, whether poor or rich, as demanded by our Constitution. So I cannot stand here and honestly say that we shall have the same position on all things. That never happened, not even in Mwai Kibaki's government. But in 6.5 years which I served, I never publicly berated the government that I served or the president that I served. I just said my hands were tied and I withdrew. My principle differed with Mwai Kibaki, but all he said to the public is that I was not consulted. How they went back room and resolved, we never know. We only know they came out with a unanimous decision. That is what people who have respect for the public do. People who have respect for their offices do. But holding an office while not serving is dishonesty.
Honorable Gachagua, the same question I realized didn't respond the last time. Should this position of Deputy President be an appointive position?
No. In fact, the framers of the Constitution were very clear that a Deputy President needed to enjoy mandate directly from the people. Why Azimio cannot push William Ruto to resign is because William Ruto is not an appointee of President Uhuru Kenyatta. He is elected by the people of Kenya. If it was the previous constitution, William Ruto would have been sacked a long time ago and replaced with Gideon Moi. And that was the plan. The plan was to provoke him, intimidate him, humiliate him, persecute him, and his friends and his allies so that he could quit government and allow President Uhuru Kenyatta to appoint somebody from a family that they share the same issues and the same values. But because William Ruto was elected, he was able to hold on to his position. And he continued serving the people of Kenya when he was assigned duties by the president. The duty he has been allocated all the time without failure is to welcome the president and the Nyayo National Stadium. And he has done it in style because that is the duty that has been allocated. He has gone ahead to chair IBEC because that one the president cannot deny him. It is there in the PMF Act. There's nothing the president would have done. But the president chose not to allocate him duties. And the president has been crying that since he did not allocate him duties, his government has come to a halt and nothing is going on. But he made a bet, he must lie on it. If you decide to chase your deputy away, a man who works hard, a man who knows what he's doing, and replace him with your friends, and then the country comes to a halt, you cannot go ahead crying that you have nobody to help you. He made that decision for his own reason. He wanted to push Ruto out, but Dr. Ruto stayed on because he enjoys a mandate from the people of Kenya.
All right, Honorable Gachagua, Honorable Karua, I want us to move to the next topic this evening, leadership and integrity, fitness to hold office. I will begin with you, Honorable Karua. And in 2013, when you vied for presidency, you said, I do not share any values with the Prime Minister, then Raila Odinga, nor do I share his politics. Both he and the late Kibaki have been unable to root out corruption within their ranks. What has changed now that you're deputizing him?
Indeed, the coalition government was unable to root out corruption in the second house so publicly many times. Raila Odinga was a presidential candidate in 2013. I too was a presidential candidate. My statement that they were unable to fight corruption did not indicate they are the ones individually perpetuating corruption. It meant there was corruption in government which they failed to act on. I believe that a combined ticket of Raila Odinga, Martha Karua will do the best to fight corruption. I resigned on principle because one of the things I felt let down on is the failure to tackle issues of graft. Raila was a prime minister, a co-principal, the late President Kibaki was the first among equals as the president. Whatever dynamics, I do not know of. But it is recalled that shortly after that election, I worked with Raila. Na Kenya and I were friends of NASA, not NASA, of CORD. And we worked together until 2017, when I decided to run for governor and supported Jubilee. We have been able to work together, have a history of working together in our 30 years of being in active politics, and I know that his policies align with mine. I did mention that we both view our actions through the lens of social justice, and that is what has drawn me to work with him.
Just a quick 1 minute, I will add you on your time that when you said I do not share any values, you've addressed the issue of corruption and graft, but you do not share any values and even agree on his brand of politics. What do you say to that? Because values, this is...
As of that time, I felt I did not share anything with him. And remember, we were candidates. There is no way you will praise the other candidate. But I can assure you that it is not because I thought he personally was responsible for any wrongdoing, nor did I feel that President Kibaki was personally responsible. But there were rogues within government they failed to act on. And I felt my hands were tied in the performance of my duties. And therefore, as I campaigned for myself, I actually was saying, look, you've been unable to fight corruption, just like the Jubilee administration under President Uhuru Kenyatta and Dr. William Ruto. And they are still in government together up to now. And we saw Dr. Ruto attending cabinet a week ago. They've been unable to fight corruption. You can't hold one side of government and say the good one is mine, and the bad one belongs to the other person. That's double speak.
Honorable Gachagua, just a moment,
Sophia, I think Honorable Mother needs to come through to the people of Kenya on being consistent. Honorable Mother is on record saying that Raila Odinga and President Uhuru Kenyatta should retire together. Not a long time ago, she seems to have changed her mind that they shouldn't retire together. In fact, that President Uhuru Kenyatta should continue governing through proxy, and Raila Odinga should purport to govern as a proxy of Uhuru Kenyatta. At what time did she change her mind? Because it's on record, she went public to say that the two of them should retire together. Now, she is the running mate of Raila Odinga. She's a project of Uhuru Kenyatta. The two people she said they should retire together, she seems to have changed her mind. And it is my considered opinion, and I believe for many Kenyans, that being consistent is very important in leadership, especially the position she aspires. You need to be consistent. When you say this today, you must be able to live to it tomorrow.
All right, I want to allow Martha to respond, but first I want to come back to you to give you another minute. A moment ago, you said that Gideon Moy was supposed to be appointed. I want you to clear that up because, with all fairness, Gideon Moy is not on this debate.
Well, President Uhuru Kenyatta, the chairman of Azimio, in a meeting in State House a week ago, said that he nominated Martha Karua as his running mate to take care of his interests and that of his family. The president was on record, which means that Martha Karua is a project of the chairman of Azimio, President Uhuru, with Raila Odinga. It is not me who said, it's President Uhuru Kenyatta who said. And previously, I thought that Honorable Martha had been nominated as running mate by Raila Odinga. But here comes President Uhuru Kenyatta, outgoing president, chairman of Azimio, a man who has said he's going nowhere, he's going to be around. He will be ruling from home. He'll be consulting his project from home. He'll be continuing to govern the people of Kenya. I simply do not understand. Is Martha Karua, the honorable member, is she the deputy? Is she the running mate of Raila Odinga, the project, or is she the running mate of Uhuru Kenyatta, the project master? Okay. Who's running it?
Okay, Martha Karua is in the building.
It is true that both I and my captains are projects, but projects of the people of Kenya, whom my captain consulted, and by public demand, he was called upon to take leadership. At a time our country desperately needs leadership. He has offered leadership, and I was competitively selected, unlike my friend who was handpicked. I faced an interviewing panel and also through demands of Kenyans and many endorsements, I was selected. Kenyans know I'm competent, and I believe I'm competent for this job. I'm ready, able, and willing. I have consistently shown independence of mind, irrespective of whom I'm dealing with. I will handle this job independently and with commitment to Kenyans. And I know my principal also, who has been a teacher of politics to Mr. Gashagua's principal.
All right, Martha Karua, just a direct question to respond to Honorable Gachagua. What is the role of President Uhuru Kenyatta in Azimio?
The role of President Kenyatta, he is the chairman of the council, but my captain is the chairman, overall chairman of Azimio. Jubilee is just one out of the 26 political parties. I sit in the council as well, and President Kenyatta does not make decisions alone.
Will he have a role? Will he have a role after he finishes his term?
Sorry?
Will President Kenyatta have a role after he finishes his term?
His party will have a role. And if he continues to be, if he doesn't give his position in the council to any other member of his party, it would be a peripheral role as a member of the party. The incoming administration will be a Raila Odinga Azimio presidency, just like the current Jubilee government. Although Uhuru was a deputy president in the government of Mwai Kibaki, it was not a continuation of the Mwai Kibaki administration. It was an Uhuru Jubilee administration. Anybody who understands government would know that.
Honorable Gachagua, you have a minute to respond.
The truth of the matter is that the role of President Uhuru Kenyatta in Azimio is to craft his own succession, to continue governing Kenya through proxy, through Raila Odinga and Martha Karua. President Uhuru Kenyatta has already started assigning roles to Honorable Martha Karua, which means he is a leader. And in the unfortunate and unlikely event that they are elected to office, President Uhuru Kenyatta will continue governing this country outside his constitutional mandate, because there is a two-term limit that the president should retire. But the president does not intend to retire. You saw how angry he was, saying that people are asking him to go home and asking where he's going. It looks like he doesn't remember that when he sought to be president for 10 years, he knew what 10 years is all about. He cannot complain that people are asking him to go. Nobody is asking him to go. It's the Constitution. But he's trying to circumvent the Constitution to plant a proxy government, to continue governing from outside State House through Raila Odinga and Martha Karua, so that he can continue protecting state capture and conflict of interest. And Martha Karua has already been assigned that role. He was on record that she is the one he has put there deliberately to protect his interests and that of his family. All right, Martha Karua.
It is important to be truthful in this debate. President Kenyatta has not publicly or privately assigned me any role. I'm sure he knows that he cannot assign any role to a minister in an administration he does not have. The person who has assigned me a role as deputy and has declared the intention to appoint me as Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs, apart from being Deputy President, is the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. My colleagues and his captains' beef with the President should not make them use this forum or use us as candidates to fight the President. We represent the aspirations of Kenyans. And yes, Kenya needs rescue, but rescue from corruption cartels, which my colleague may know more about.
On the 6th of June, Honorable Gachagua, during a Meet the People tour in your constituency, that's Mathera constituency, the people you represent there, you said that because you perceive the matter you're currently in court over to be a political witch hunt, if elected, you'd see to it that your accounts are unfrozen, build a mansion, and perhaps go ahead and throw a party in essence. Mr. Gachagua, isn't this tantamount to subversion of the cause of justice, an admission that you made in this sentiment?
To start with, I'd like to tell Honorable Mother we are not here to fight President Uhuru Kenyatta. We are holding him to account on his utterances. He has said he's going nowhere. He's on record. That's not fighting him. He has said he assigned Martha Karua the role to jail people. I don't know how she'll do it. She's not a judge. She's not a court of law. That is the work of courts of law, to jail people. It's President Uhuru Kenyatta who has said so. He has said that she has put her there to take care of interests. It's his own record. I don't want to respond to dignify ridiculous accusations by social media. Social media people assigned by the state have been following me wherever I go in the Republic, including my homes, to listen to what I say and twist it. I told the people of Madeira, they asked me a question. Mr. Gachagua, you bought a farm here and you have started building a house. What happened? Now that you are going to be deputy president, are you still going to live here? I told them I stopped building the house because the state froze my accounts to intimidate me and to blackmail me to support the handshake. And that money is frozen. And I cannot use it. That is why the construction of a house stopped in this area. When the due process takes place and the courts will deliver justice to Rigathi Gachagua one day, and my accounts are frozen, I assured the people of that area that I'll come and complete that house and live with them. And I'll take time to allow them to come and visit me. They asked me a secondary question. As deputy president, will you allow us to come and sit with you? I said, yes. I'm a junior elder in this community. I'll have time to sit with my fellow men over food, over a drink, and we share in the African way. I say the women in this area will come and sit with Mama Gachagua and have kesha, because my wife is a pastor and she likes doing kesha. And the women wanted to know, will they be allowed to come to the home of the deputy president to have kesha with Mrs. Gachagua? I confirmed yes, I'll be deputy president, but I'm still the same old guy who hangs around here. A very generous person who spends all his time with the people.
All right, Mr. Gachagua, you have a national audience. What is the source of the money that was frozen? Because that is the context.
Pardon?
What is the source of this money that was frozen?
I have said many times that I'm a victim of blackmail by President Uhuru Kenyatta, whom I served as personal assistant. President Uhuru Kenyatta wanted me to abandon William Ruto and join him in fighting him, and I said no, because he didn't give me a good reason. And he blackmailed me. He sent Nancy Gitau, his advisor, to threaten me that if I don't abandon William Ruto and join him, I'll face the music from the state. And one problem started after another. They froze my accounts, KRI froze all my companies, then they arrested me on trumped-up charges for 1.5 years, no evidence in court, nothing. I'm a victim of blackmail and persecution by Uhuru Kenyatta, using the state criminal justice system to manage politics and deal with those who don't agree with him.
Honorable Gachagua, with all due respect, you not answered my question. What is the source of the money that was...
The money that I have is well documented. I am an astute businessman. This is money that I made during the reign of Mwai Kibaki when the economy was thriving. I made over 200 million and invested in an account. And that account has been running for the last 8 years, and nobody has ever asked me a question. In 2013, when I supported Uhuru Kenyatta, I still had the money. In 2017, when I supported him, I still had the money in my personal account. This is money I have accounted for. It's clean money. I am a good businessman. And in the fullness of time, I'll be vindicated.
I was really hoping that my colleague would explain to us how an individual finds 5 billion shillings in their accounts. But I hope one day Kenyans will be able to know money that was transferred to his accounts in the last 10 years of the Jubilee administration. But that's for him to account. I believe as leaders, we have to be accountable. That is why there's declaration of wealth, so that as you enter office, people can know how much you are worth, and as you exit, or in the middle, they can monitor and see how you are progressing, whether it is from your salary, and if it's from business, it has to be a business that can be ascertained. I think we really need to come clean, because if you cannot account for your wealth, you cannot be a good steward of the money of the people of Kenya.
So this is a question to both of you. You've brought up the subject of wealth declaration. Yeah. What are you worth, Honorable Karua?
I think about just about 150 million, and that is because the 56 million I had declared in 2013 has appreciated because of the inflation. I haven't had any new properties, but I'm a person many may not understand. I'm not thirsty for land. I'm not thirsty for worldly goods. I'm happy to have a house I call home. I'm happy to have a house in my father's land. I do not look for property. Not everybody is hungry to amass. I'm hungry to do something to help my country, to transform the lives of the people. Right. So if you're looking for Martha Karua to be a billionaire, no, I am not hungry for billions.
Honorable Gachagua,
my account did not receive 5 billion. That is propaganda. I have 200 million. That is the money that is held. 200 million, 64 million. I worked in the Ministry of Lands and Settlement. 10 million, I worked in Kenya Power. 33 million, I worked in the Ministry of Livestock. Another 46 million, I worked in another organization called Patek. Up to 200 million, that is all the money. But when you set policemen to investigate, they don't understand accounts. When you save money in a fixed deposit, it leaves your personal account into a suspense account. A normal policeman looking at it, movement in and out 4 times a year, of 200 million, he thinks you have 800 million within that year. So when he multiplies by 7 years, he says you have 12.4 billion. That is the folly of the kind of investigations we are having in this country. I don't have billions. I have 203 million into that account. And that is part of my wealth. I'm worth 800 million minus the 200 they are holding, another 600.
So just a quick follow-up on that, Honorable Rigathi, because the charges you are facing are as a result of trading with county governments. What's your position on public officers doing business with government, whether at the national level or at the county level?
By the time I've done all my businesses, I was not a public servant. I was a private individual. I have no conflict of interest. I was a businessman. I applied for tenders and competed, open tenders and won, and did construction business and did supplies, and nobody is complaining. Today, those charges against me, no evidence in court, nobody is willing to record a statement. Clean business. And I never traded with institutions because I was not part of any government.
But this is when your
business
brother...
I did in 2011, I did in 2012. You know, when they say that my brother was governor, my brother became governor in 2013. I did business in 2008, in 2009, in 2010, 2011. And that money is there, and it's all documented where it has come from. But nobody is bothered because they just wanted to punish me. But they wanted to blackmail me into supporting the handshake. And I'm a man of principle, and Uhuru Kenyatta knows that. I respect my conscience. I will never be intimidated. And I can tell you, many governors today supporting Azimio is because they were blackmailed like me, and they gave in.
Honorable Gachagua, just clarity. In 2009, 2010, there was no county governments. Which government did you do?
Sorry?
There was no county governments in 2009.
I'm saying I made money in 2010, in 2009. There was no county government. I didn't make money with the county government. I never did business with the county government. I said I worked with the Ministry of Lands. I worked with the Ministry of Livestock Development. So you cannot say that there was conflict in Nyeri because I did this business long before county governments came into place.
But Honorable Gachagua, the matter in court is about doing business with county governments.
I'm saying the matter in court is a matter that is on fabricated charges. And that matter will be coming in the fullness of time. What I'm talking about is the money that is held and where it came from. As to the allegations as the matter before court, there's nothing. It's absolute lies. There's nothing. And in the fullness of time, and that is why, even after sending 200 policemen to arrest me in Nyeri and drag me naked in front of my wife, in front of my workers, drive me to Nairobi, lock me for 4 days, 1.5 years later, not a shred of evidence, nothing. That is why the case has not taken off. They have slated it for September later this year, but still nothing has been presented to us. Our lawyers have been asking, give us evidence against Rigathi Gachagua. It's not forthcoming. It does not exist. It's a fabrication. It's blackmail. It was a way of trying to force me to abandon William Ruto. But I was not intimidated. I remain on board.
Okay, Honorable Karo, you have 2 minutes.
An Azimio government will have a policy position that graft cases and all serious crime should be investigated and prosecuted within a given time, within 6 months to be specific, so that people like my colleague here, Mr. Gachagua, anybody charged with crime against the people, within 6 months, we ought to know whether they are guilty or not, so that people don't seek public office when having baggage of cases. And if I may remind Mr. Gachagua, the cases, because I've been following the newspaper reports, relate to Kwale County, Bungoma County, and Nyeri County. And the period when the offenses are said to have been committed is between 2013 and 2020. So it is important, even from a personal position, that a person gets cleared and that you do not instruct advocates to delay the cases, because what we are having in our courts is really a circus, where one is charged, you are holding public office, you continue holding public office, elections come, and now we have seen new language in the courts that to allow them to campaign. the case is further delayed. Kenyans need to know, and even the person accused needs to know, so that they do not give excuses. We have repeatedly said with my captain that whether it's my daughter, my blood relative, or a member of the opposing camp, the law must apply equally to all. And everybody must have a swift chance to clear their name in court or for the court to declare them guilty. We are here to help Kenya organize itself in that manner by engaging with the players in the justice system and having a policy position.
All right, Honorable Gachagua, you have a minute to respond. For clarity, have you done business with county government?
Allegations remain just allegations. Honorable Mother knows, and I'll never take her on allegations. A British newspaper accused her of receiving a bribe from BET, but I cannot come here and accuse her that she's corrupt because of that allegation. Because an allegation is an allegation. The people of Kenyatta have been complaining that she used her office as justice minister to take land in South Gariama and give it to her relatives. But that is just an allegation. The issue here, Sophia, the issue here,
we would like
the issue here, Sophia, is that we need to allow.
We'd like to remind the members of our audience to please do not cheer or jeer and allow our candidates to present their issues. Please go ahead.
The issue here is that we need to allow independent institutions to fight corruption. President Uhuru Kenyatta has pride in ability to fight corruption because he was lenient. He was lenient because the people involved in mega corruption are close to him, both in family and friends. That is why he was lenient. But had he allowed independent institutions to fight corruption, the issue of leniency would not arise. Had he allowed independent institutions to fight corruption without getting involved, Rigathi Gachagua would not be in court because independent institutions would never take people to court without evidence. What Honorable Karua is saying, that we need a law to hasten cases, is not the solution. The solution is to take cases to court when you have evidence.
Karua, you have a minute to rebut.
I just want to let Mr. Gachagua know that I do not have an iota of public land anywhere, in Kirinyaga or anywhere. I do not own land in South Gariama. I am glad he knows they're just allegations. And I challenged the current administration that is there, and I'm not in power in Kirinyaga, that if there is truth to that allegation, then they must swiftly take me to court and recover. So once you challenge those making the allegation and they don't do anything about it, then the matter is closed. The only land I own in Kenya is the house I live in Nairobi, and the house up country, which is on my father's land, and he has included my name in the title. I said I'm not land hungry, and I'm not hungry for material wealth. Those who are hungry may never understand that. Relating to BAT, it was money paid to my campaign secretariat by a donor, not paid to my personal account. Later, it transpired that it was money from a company. The matter has been investigated in UK, and the file has been closed. I also challenged the DPP of the government Gachagua's principal serve in 2016 to investigate and prosecute me.
All right,
so those matters are allegations.
Thank you very much. Time is up. But now that we're talking about funds, you all are traversing the country with choppers and legions of teams. How do you finance your campaign, Gachagua? How much does it cost?
Pardon?
How much does it cost to finance your campaign?
Pardon?
How much does it cost to finance your campaign?
Oh, the sound is not working here.
Sorry.
I can't hear you properly.
Apologies for that.
Yeah.
How much does it cost to finance your campaign?
Well, it's difficult because we don't have a centralized command. Our campaign, we are raising funds from people, and mostly is in materials, is in donations in terms of choppers, in terms of vehicles, in terms of fuel, in terms of personnel. And really, what you need in terms of cash is not much. This campaign of Kenya Kwanza is bottom-up driven. A lot of hustlers have taken time to give their all in terms of time, in terms of materials, in terms of support in kind. There isn't much about cash. So it's very difficult at this stage to quantify and say, this is the amount that we are going to use for this campaign. What I know is that in the next 1 week or so, we'll now be talking about real figures because we have to mobilize agents, we have to mobilize vehicles, we have to get people to protect the vote. Those people need to be given allowances. That is when now we will come to the cost of the real campaign.
All right, Martha Karua, the same question. How do you finance your campaign?
Through public donations in cash and kind. We had a fundraiser just the other Friday, but the donations are a continuous process. The Azimio campaign secretariat is keeping tab. My personal campaign organization, the New Dawn Trust, is also keeping tab of all donations coming to me. And it is the organization that had received the money you asked earlier for BAT. I do not mix campaign money with my own funds because you have to maintain integrity even with donations. We have choppers donated. There is a chopper I personally use, which is a donation from a kind corporate friend. And we have many such donations. And I want to remind Kenyans, my captain, the Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, has had choppers in his campaign even when he was out of government. Like the 2007, I think they flashed more choppers than the PNU side I was in that could have. He is a man known for his capability to mobilize resources, both human and financial, for campaign. And I'm very lucky to be his running mate.
Talk to us, Honorable Gachagua, about corruption and election campaigns financing. A lot of opaqueness there, clearly, even from this engagement, and laws around politicians being accountable and there being an eye inside what's going on have not seen day of light. So what are your thoughts? Is there any nexus there?
Well, you know, campaigns and campaigns, and you really cannot control donations because people support a certain candidate for a certain reason. And it behoves upon the candidate to receive donations that are well-meaning and donations that are not tied to your win and what you need to do for people after. And that is the basis of our campaign. I personally have many friends who are supporting me. They have not demanded anything for me in return when we form government. They think we have got a good plan. They think that we need to be given an opportunity to run this country and turn it around. They think that the new thing is the economy. They think that they need to help us to move around the country. And they are well-meaning. I wouldn't say the same of my colleague here because their campaign is being run with the public resources. You are aware that the PS Interior has been meeting chiefs and assistant chiefs who are public servants and give them instructions to work for Azimio. You have seen their meetings being attended by chiefs in uniform. That is the misuse of public resources. We have seen funds from Harambee House, from the confidential expenditure, being put into this campaign. Many of the town hall meetings they are holding in the Mount Kenya region, all the delegates are given 1,000 shillings to go home. And that is money from public coffers.
Do you have evidence of this?
Oh, yes. We have photographs, we have recordings, we have audios. They are there. We are always well appraised because many of those people who go to receive that money are actually our supporters. And they say they don't want to allow the elephant to die with the tusks. They need to remove the tusks before it is dead. That is what is happening. And public servants, the Cabinet Secretary for Interior, is on record campaigning for Azimio. The Cabinet Secretary for ICT is on record campaigning for Azimio. These are public officials. They are public, they are paid with public money, but they are campaigning. That is misuse of public resources. And my colleague here, who says he's a stickler of the rule of law, has not condemned that because I would want her to condemn that because she says she's a stickler of the rule of law. And if she finds public resources are being used to prepare her to office, she should be bold enough to say that is wrong. She should speak out against the misuse of chiefs and assistant chiefs by the PS Interior to campaign for her and her boss.
Okay, Honorable Karua, just to build on that, all corruption scandals, Eurobond, Kimarer, Afia House, Kemsa, do find a dotted line into politics. As you respond to this question, how does Azimio and yourself going to deal with these questions that we have to deal with now?
May I begin there by saying that Azimio government is very clear on what it will do. Both my captain and I have repeatedly said there will be no sacred cows. Anybody involved in corruption will face the law, irrespective of who they are. As for campaigning with public resources, that's a fabrication. What I know is that every presidential candidate is entitled to security. So there will be security apparatus, whether it is the Deputy President's campaign or the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. We mobilize our own meetings using our candidates, using everybody. Anybody who attends, they attend on their own volition. Yes, there are some cabinet secretaries who have attended our meetings, but they have sometimes attended as a by the way. When they attend deliberately, it's of their own volition and it's not because we need them to mobilize. Let nobody forget that there is no political operator who can mobilize more than the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. I also personally do not need help to mobilize. I've been in this game for 30 years. When Mr. Gachagua was still a DO, I was in politics.
All right. You have a response to that? 1 minute rebuttal?
Well, I have no rejoinder for that. My request is that it was about time Ati Gachagua and William Ruto have for them. I'm hoping that debate will come around tonight because it's important. Because many Kenyans are glued to the screens. They are waiting to hear. They want to know about health. They want to know about education. The public service wants to know about their issues. The police service wants to know about their issues. There are many people waiting. And I think I am guessing they must be getting information.
Yeah.
Honorable Gachagua, we are getting to that. And corruption is a big issue in this country where public resources...
Corruption must be fought. And the real corruption is state capture and conflict of interest.
What is state capture?
State capture is where the people in power compete with citizens for scarce resources, where the people in power use their position to advantage themselves to get business unfairly, where people in power allocate resources to projects where they have an interest. I have an example. In the year 20, I want to tell you what is state capture and conflict of interest. This is Gazette Notice Legal number 1112, dated 26th June 2019. In the exercise of powers conferred by Section 106 of the Stamp Duty Act, the Cabinet Secretary of the National Treasury and Planning, on the recommendation of the Cabinet Secretary for Lands and Physical Planning, directs that the instruments executed in respect of the transactions relating to the merger of NIC, PLC, and Commercial Bank of Africa shall be exempt from the provisions of the Act by a single signature. These two companies owned by the first family were exempted from paying 350 million. These are rich banks who have made money from domestic borrowing. They have lent money to government. They are in Fuliza. The owners are the richest people in Kenya. They were exempted from paying 350 million. Money that can put up 35 level 3 hospitals in Kenya. That is conflict of interest and state capture. That is chronic corruption. It's worse than the corruption associated with public procurement. And that is what we must deal with. We must deal with state capture. We must deal with conflict of interest. There is a railway line between Nairobi and Nyanyuki that was put up at a cost of 3.8 billion. That railway line serves one company that supplies fuel to Nyanyuki.
Right, Honorable Gachagua, thank you very much for this. Unfortunately, I cannot authenticate
no,
this document.
You asked me what is state capture.
I'm giving you time, but I cannot authenticate the document that you just read right now. So I've seen in your manifesto that you would put a commission to investigate these bribes. Would you go after the first family?
We will not go after anybody. We'll go after all those who are in state capture and conflict of interest.
Who are they?
But what are you saying?
That will come out in the commission. I'm saying there will be a commission because the real corruption that we need to deal with, not what Honorable Mother is talking about, is state capture and conflict of interest, where the people in power have used their offices to usurp public resources to their advantage and to the disadvantage of the rest of Kenyans. You are aware that the milk industry has been monopolized by state capture and conflict of interest, where the owners of that monopoly decide how much to buy from the farmers and how much to sell to the consumers.
So, Honorable.
And extort the people
clarity,
of Kenya.
Clarity for the Kenyans who are watching. Yeah. At the center of government is President Uhuru Kenyatta.
Yes.
Are you going to go after President Uhuru Kenyatta finishes his term?
I have said we are not talking about individuals. We'll deal with state capture and conflict of interest. Anybody who is involved in state capture and conflict of interest will be held to account.
The first family, sir. So grab the bull by its horns. Don't perhaps cut around the issue. You are talking about the first family. So in essence, you are saying you will go after them. Isn't that?
I am saying this is state capture. I've given you an example. You will feel for yourself what needs to happen.
All right.
And I am saying that is what we need to deal with. State capture. And that is why the president will say he is lenient. He cannot deal with state capture. He cannot deal with conflict of interest.
Okay.
He can't.
Thank you very much, Robert. We have 2 minutes.
I want to help Mr. Gachagua. State capture is the repurposing of the state to serve individuals rather than public good. And corruption cartels in this country, whoever they are, have strangled the country. Eyes opened by saying Kenya can't breathe. Our health services, their money is taken. The money for agriculture, for fertilizer subsidies, money for building dams such as Kimwerel, Arol, Galana Kularu, which was supposed to help Kenya feed itself. That is what state capture is about, that every penny intended for the public, a majority of it is ending up in people's pockets. This is not about families or individuals. It's cartels, and cartels are organized people, gangs of criminals, because what they are doing is committing crime. And you don't need a commission to punish crime. You just need serious law enforcement. And if you find roadblocks, that cases are taking too long, then Parliament can be used to do its work, to consider proposals from the government, to pass laws that fast-track such cases. We all know that election petition cases take 6 months. Why can't corruption cases similarly take such a period? That is the debate that must go to the National Assembly. Mr. Gachagua serves in the National Assembly. I have not heard him talk about corruption except when defending his own position in the case he's involved in. In contrast, I'm out of Parliament. I've been vocal, whether it's KEMSA, whether it's any other corruption. And I've also been vocal in upholding the rule of law and reminded my brother, President Kenyatta, that he cannot serve beyond his term, a position he holds at this moment, that he is going home.
So, Honorable Karua, do you agree then that there's state capture in Kenya? And secondly, what do you make of their proposal to form a commission of inquiry into the same in Kenya if elected?
That just expresses their reluctance to fight corruption. In fact, Mr. Gashagua's principle is captured on tape in an interview in this country, saying that corruption, he doesn't think corruption can stop a nation from developing. With what money will a nation develop, invest, or even provide services if the corruption cartels are taking 2 billion shillings a day, which translates to stealing 40 shillings from every person? In an average household of 6 people, that's 240 shillings, 2 packets of unga at the discounted price of 100. Kenyans need to understand. They're hungry, they're without medical service, without fees for their children, and without free education, because corruption cartels are strangling the nation. That's why we can't breathe. Once we understand that, then we will vote for people with a track record, like Azimio, people with the will to fight corruption, people who are prepared to confront the monster and to apply the law evenly, irrespective of who is mentioned.
So do you believe we have state capture in Kenya?
There is state capture, yes, by corruption cartels. organized criminal gangs who plunder our resources daily. 2 billion shillings a day, which is authenticated by the Auditor General, translates to 765 billion shillings. The amount of money we need for the social support is just 144 billion. The rest can be used to pay debt, to do other things. We intend to seal all those loopholes so that Kenyans can have advantage of their resources.
Honorable Karua, the names of every corruption scandal, Kimara, Kamsa, Eurobond, they're all government officials.
Yes.
How do you deal with that?
That is where the state capture is coming. If you look at them, it's not about families, it's about individuals who choose. Because I keep saying no mother has baptized their children the name corruption. It's a behavior an individual deliberately chooses. And state capture can even become a tool during elections where empty promises are given to entice Kenyans to further surrender their sovereignty to corruption cartels. I'm urging Kenyans to look at the track record of each of the formations that are seeking the presidency of this country. I am confident that a reasonable look at the candidates present, as Kenyans will commend themselves to vote for Azimio. And Azimio will do the jobs, not because we are perfect, but because we have the best track record and we do try and have tried before and done good work for Kenyans.
All right, we have 2 minutes.
I don't know. I don't know whether the Honorable Mother has taken time in their meetings with the chairman of Azimio to ask him. He said he's in charge of this country. He knows everything that goes on. Then we went ahead to say that 2 billion shillings is stolen daily. I don't know whether in her meetings with the chairman of Azimio, she has tried to find out from him who steals this 2 billion and why he has done nothing about it. In terms of fighting corruption, our manifesto is very clear. Our plan is sound and is in accordance with the Constitution. Our plan is to allow independent institutions that fight corruption to be really and truly independent by giving them that freedom and giving them resources and financial autonomy so that they receive instructions from nobody. On assuming government, we shall appoint the Inspector General of Police as the accounting officer of the National Police Service so that himself and the DCI have independence to do what they need to do on fighting crime and corruption without having to take instructions from anybody. Because you know, this it is said, he who pays a piper calls the tune. Why the Inspector General of Police and the DCI cannot fight corruption and crime, why they cannot operate the way the Constitution spells out is because they are controlled from Harambee House, because that is where their money is. We shall give them financial autonomy. We shall operationalize the judiciary fund to allow our judges and magistrates to operate with financial autonomy so that they are free to do what they want to do, so that they can fast-track cases without having to look back. And of course, you know, President William Ruto, the new president of Kenya, God willing, we appoint the judges that were nominated by the Judicial Service Commission so that they can serve the people of Kenya.
All right, Honorable Karua, do you agree that lack of independence in these institutions is the problem Kenyans are facing in the criminal justice system?
The Constitution gives all these institutions independence. And independence and autonomy should not be confused with accountability. Parliament, which is independent, has to be accountable to the people of Kenya. The executive has to be accountable to the people of Kenya. The judiciary has to be accountable to the people of Kenya. Institutions have decisional independence, that a judge will be independent in making that decision of guilty or not guilty, that the director of public prosecutions will be independent in deciding to charge, to prosecute or not to prosecute. It doesn't mean that they fail to account to the people of Kenya. And that is most of our leaders are failing to do, be accountable to the people of Kenya. You go to office to do your own business, where you will find that quite a number of people who are parliamentarians are trading with the counties, are trading with the government. So who is the watchdog of the people? The law forbids it. Conflict of interest. Going to get county work from a county government when you are a member of parliament. Who is going to be the watchdog?
A quick follow-up on that. Because the proposal on the table in Azimio is that if you are elected into office, then you'd also double up as Minister for Justice. Wouldn't that go then to entrench that kind of feeling of interference from the executive? Because these are independent institutions, yes, but even if it's facilitating and good workflow, there's the NCAJ that handles all of the issues around that chain of criminal justice. So wouldn't that role, in essence, be seen as interference as well?
Not at all. The Minister of Justice doesn't prosecute. This is a coordinating ministry, coordinating the entire justice sector. And we had such a program even during the Kibaki time known as Justice Law and Order Sector to give policy direction. Then each institution goes and works on its own. It's not about how that institution will do its work. It's to understand together the difficulties, the roadblocks along the justice sector, so as to make proposals for legislation and for policy to Parliament. Remember that policy and legislation are passed by Parliament. Government institutions are independent, but they cannot act alone. There must be some synergy, and that synergy is in policy. Then they can have decisional independence. I've been a Minister of Justice before. I didn't investigate or prosecute.
All right, I want to move to the next topic, and let's go to the cost of living. One of the charges against politicians in this country is that they're simply out of touch and you're unable to solve the problems that we face. To give an opportunity tonight, Honorable Gachagua, to start to make your presentation on cost of living by first telling us what is the cost of milk today?
The cost of milk,
retail
the farmer sells at 42. At the supermarket, some places 120 per liter, others is 130, depending on where the supermarket is.
Kerosene?
I don't go to the supermarkets.
Okay. What is your presentation tonight on dealing with the cost of living, knowing very well that
I want to say I'm happy now we are where we need to be.
Audience, please maintain silence. And for the record, issues with what we've been talking about throughout, these issues impact on how we fund the projects and all of these other subsidies we'll be talking about. So there's no non-issue tonight.
What I'm saying is that I'm happy that we are discussing the high cost of living, the inability of Kenyans to buy food, because a mistake was made maliciously to deny farmers fertilizer subsidy, and as a result, there was low production, and because of the law of demand and supply, you cannot afford a packet of unga. A packet of unga is 250 shillings. Government is running around because of this election now, trying to subsidize for 4 weeks just after the elections. But they are not telling the people of Kenya how they'll buy food after the elections. This is being done to entice them to vote for Azimio. If government had done the right thing and supplemented farmers with inputs and fertilizer, they would have increased their production. You know, we consume 46 million bags of maize, and we produce about 40 million every year. We normally have a deficit of about 6, which we import. But because of this decision, we are short of almost 15 million bags, and that is what has caused the current crisis. And we have a plan. On our first month in office, we intend to bring down the cost of fertilizer from 6,700 to 2,500. That is DAP. That is the main fertilizer for planting.
Okay.
And that will enhance our farmers to produce more so that we have food security, and probably we even have some surplus for export.
Thank you. Honorable Martha, same question. What is the price of bread today, and what is Azimio plan to reduce the cost of living?
The price of bread, the bread I buy, is 80 shillings. But there are various type of loaves, so I will not pretend to know what each loaf is costing. But I know that the price of foodstuffs, of essential commodities, has gone up, and the fuel prices are generally the trigger that gets them high, coupled with corruption. My friend, Mr. Gachagua, is talking of their government giving fertilizer subsidies. He is in Jubilee and therefore part of Jubilee government. He is in parliament courtesy of Jubilee, but he doesn't know that currently the Jubilee government has a fertilizer subsidy and a bag is retailing at 2,900. The only problem is with the distribution because the cartels are making sure that they buy most of it. Only a paltry gets to the farmers. It's again sold at the higher price. For us, the first, second, and third agenda is to fight corruption. Governments have subsidies to cushion farmers and to cushion the people because of a series of things. We have war in Ukraine, which has seen foodstuffs rise for countries that depend, are not self-sufficient and buy outside, Kenya being one of them, fertilizer and other things. But the money for subsidy, for helping our people with the cost of living, majority of it is going to the cartels. That is where the problem is. The money meant for Galana Kulalu irrigation scheme, which could have helped with our food reserves, was stolen. Kenyans knew even the fertilizer, there was a scandal. Maize, there was a scandal. Kenyans knew who are responsible for those scandals. And Mr. Gachagua is also aware. And together with his captain, they may know more.
Since mother, who is actually my mother, my late mother is Mother Karigo. Since she joined government, she has been consumed by the lies of the same government. If the honorable mother moved around the country, the lie she's giving here, the fertilizer is 2,500, she will feel very sorry. If she went around to Kemunye, her hometown in Gishogo, the cost of DAP is 6,700. The cost of CAN is 5,900. The cost of 17 is 5,800. The cost of 20 is 5,900. And the cost of urea is 7,200. That was just a lie by the Minister for Agriculture. There is no fertilizer that is available for 2,500. You can walk around to any shopping center, including our hometown. These are the costs of fertilizer. And I want to say, let us stop deceit and lying to the people of Kenya on national television. When my sister here, mother, tells the people, farmers, that fertilizer is 2,500, they start having very serious doubts about her credibility as a future deputy president. Because if she can come here on national television and give prices that are not true, when people are suffering, when people cannot buy fertilizer, her credibility is put into question.
A quick I've indicated that the subsidized fertilizer, he's correct, is not available at every retail shop, but it's available at the stores of the at the depots of National Cereals and Produce Board. It is a project of the Ministry of Agriculture. I've heard the minister talking about it, and I know of farmers who have accessed it, but I know, and I have stated, it's riddled with corruption and it's not getting to the people. The honorable thing Mr. Gachagua could do, when you are not aware, you just say you are not aware. You just don't dismiss things as lies when they're happening. The problem with Kenya, money meant to cushion farmers, to cushion consumers, is going to corruption cartels. That is a big problem, and which Azimio government will rescue Kenyans from.
All right, I'm going to give you all 1 minute each to talk to first 100 days on how you deal with the cost of living.
I'm aware 100% there's no fertilizer anywhere for 2,500. I'm a bottom-up man. I move around this country. It's simply not available. In the first 100 days, we want to do several things. One, bring the cost of food down, bring down the cost of living, bring fertilizer subsidies from 6,700 to 2,500.
How will you do that, sir?
We'll provide funds for that. These funds that are being proposed now for bringing the packet of unga down for 2 kg is what is supposed to go to fertilizer so that we have a long-term solution. The other one is not sustainable. It's a short-term thing for the elections. We have a plan to focus on primary health care, where community health volunteers are given an allowance to boost their morale and increase their efficiency to deal with preventive medicine as opposed to curative medicine. We have a plan to employ 116,000 teachers within the first 2 years so that we can deal with the shortage of teachers. I will explain to you. I've explained to you that we are stopping wastage in public spending. We have had a lot of projects that are not planned. Okay. We have legacy projects that are of sentimental values to leaders, but have no meaning to the people of Kenya.
Thank you, Rebecca. So your minute.
I want to first say that we in Kenya do not have a revenue problem. This year alone, we collected over 2 trillion shillings, the taxman that is. We have a problem of expenditure, non-priority expenditure. That is what we are going to curb. In relation to fertilizer, the subsidies are already in place. It's a question of ensuring they work for the people. It's ensuring that the subsidy for unga continues to the time there will be harvest. The expenditure for operation and maintenance, O&M, is over 600 billion, while salaries are at about 550. You can see operation and maintenance overshooting salaries. We will prioritize what needs to be prioritized to help Kenyans move forward. And for all the things we have said we'll do in 100 days, I have acquainted myself with the budget. The budget lines are sufficient with optimal use. Mr. Gachagua serves in the parliament that passed the budget. He doesn't seem aware that the money is in the budget, including Obamacare.
All right. As we bring this to a close, fuel. The subsidy that expires next month, the same as the one we've seen on Unga. We'll give you a minute each because Kenya Kwanza, you are proposing to set up a legal framework to ring-fence the fuel stabilization fund. IMF, World Bank says stabilization funds are inefficient and regressive. Azimio, on the other hand, you're talking about reviewing the taxes and levies on petroleum products. So different positions here. So 100 days, you come into office and there's all of this mess going on and the cost of living continues to be up. In 1 minute, what is unique about this legal framework that you will do with the stabilization fund that hasn't happened so far?
We have money available in the budget. We have money that has been put for projects that are not a priority. And that is the money that you need to inject quickly before you can even look at the legal frameworks on assuming government. And that is possible. Because you look at the Ministry of Agriculture, we have some 50 billion there. That 50 billion will be available to deal with issues of fertilizer. It will be available to deal with issue of animal feed that are beyond the reach of many farmers, so that we can have a quick win.
Fuel Stabilization Fund, in your manifesto, how will you fund it? The kitty is currently depleted, so you're not coming to find money. How will you fund it?
We have said that we are going to expand our tax base. Once we put the Hustlers Fund of 50 billion and we give to the people down there at the down of the pyramid, we enlarge the people who are paying tax and will have more revenue. And this is the money that will be available to the people of Kenya. Number two, we are talking about the issue of domestic borrowing. We are paying 600 million every year as interest from domestic borrowing. Once we stop that domestic borrowing, this money that is going for interest every month will be available for this one.
I'm glad he adopts my position that there's money in the budget, but that's as far as we go together. We part on how to do it. We will ensure that there is fiscal discipline so that non-priority spending is dropped and we go to priority spending. And I've given example of operation and maintenance, which is at 600 billion, while salaries are less than that. That is totally unacceptable. We will also fight corruption because money for fuel subsidies, there are a lot of cartels in the energy sector. We understand this. We will target those places and press the areas we need to press to immediately stop the leakage. Within 100 days, we will be able to do this and much more. We have actually been looking on what we need to do on day one, because Kenyans are not going to be patient. They are already suffering. They cannot wait for commissions to be formed. They need actions.
Right.
Azimio is ready to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, our 90 minutes debate is up. It's time for our closing statements. And we begin with you, Honorable Rigathi. You have your 2 minutes starting now.
Thank you very much. I want to ask the people of Kenya to give us a chance to sort them out and put money in their pocket. We want to ask the people of Kenya to give us a chance to empower the small business people by giving them affordable credit to be able to expand their businesses. I want to ask all those people with pending bills to know that in the first 90 days, we shall float a bond for 500 billion to pay all the pending bills so that their homes are not auctioned. And by action, that 500 billion, by injecting into the economy, it will spice up the economy. I want to tell the people of Kenya, by giving us a chance, we shall look at the terms of service for the public service and the police who are suffering and who need to work when they are comfortable. I want to tell the people of Kenya to give us a chance to bring reforms to the NHIF program so that every Kenyan has an NHIF card so that when you go to hospital, you are able to be treated and go home free. I want to ask the people to know, the people of Kenya, that William Ruto and I have a plan for them. I want them to give us an opportunity to work around this economy, to spearhead the third liberation, that is to bring economic changes so that we can create wealth. We can make the people of Kenya wealthy. We can give every Kenyan an opportunity to make a living. We can give every Kenyan an opportunity to make and live a good life. We want to ask them that on the 9th of August to come and vote for change. A change to bring about economic development, a change to restore their dignity and to improve their quality of life. Thank you very much and good evening.
Thank you. Honorable Karua, your 2 minutes start now.
I want to remind Kenyans, this election is about trust. It's about looking to see which of the teams you can trust. We offer our track record, because even when you employ a driver, you ask them for the driving license and you want to know about their record in driving. We are asking you to critically examine the teams, and if you do so dispassionately, you will come to a conclusion. I know that Azimio is the team. We will not form commissions to fight corruption. We'll go directly for the jugular of corruption cartels, apply the law across the board. And while we agree that there is need to review salaries in view of the cost of living, it's very easy to promise heaven. Without fighting corruption, without physical discipline, non-priority spending being cut out, that is not possible. But inawezekana. With an Azimio government, we are going to do this, and together with Kenyans participating and helping us to fight corruption, we will be able to deliver our agenda to you, the 100 days agenda, and each item to reboot the economy so that Kenyans can have a decent life. While we wait to reboot the economy, for you who is unable to put food on the table, rescue is on the way. Within 3 weeks, you put an Azimio government in place, we are going to be able to send to the 2 million families that do not have any means of survival a 6,000 shilling package, which also will act as a stimulus to the economy because it gives purchasing power to 2 million families, which is like 8 million people within the country. Rescue is on the way.
All right.
We shall finally have our country back. Vote Azimio.
All right, thank you very much, Honorable Martha Karua, Honorable Rigathi Gachagua. We've come to the end of our Deputy Presidential Debate 2022. I invite you to shake hands. Thank you very much. Well done, very well. Thank you very much.
gentlemen in the audience and our viewers following this at home, we have come to the end of our debate this evening, and our appreciation to Honorable Martha Karua of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Party Coalition, as well as Rigathi Gachagua of the United Democratic Alliance, UDA, for honoring voters with the duty of agreeing to attend this public televised debate. We thank you.
And we thank you for watching. The final of our joint national debates will come to you on Tuesday next week, when Wahiga Maure, Raila Odinga, William Ruto, and George Watakoya take this very stage in the presidential candidates debate. My name is James Maro of NTV.
And I'm Sophia Wanuna of KTN News. Good night.
My goodness, what is that?
And thank you all for tuning in to the Deputy Presidential Debate. Just moments after the second debate has ended. Prof, direct to you. Are you impressed? Were your issues addressed?
Good to see, good to see, good to see.
Yeah, thank you, Trevor. I think
you guys did excellent.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it was wonderful.
The debate actually did not address the sort of central issues we're looking at.
Yeah.
But on the very positive side, I think the debate spent time on what's ailing this country. And I'm very, very happy that for the first time in history, we have two parties from inside government, so that we are able to know what's actually ailing Kenya. The theft, the corruption, the inflated government project costs, the state capture, lack of ethics amongst those who are in power, families and so on. I'm actually very happy that this fight between Uhuru and Ruto is actually exposing to us the real problems that this country actually have. Yeah, because I would like to imagine if the president was on the same side as the deputy president, would have not known any of these things.
Yeah.
There would have remained accusations. But this went into all sorts of interesting details, all the way to the cases in court, to those who have captured the country, to those who are stealing money, that is being used, that should be used to subsidize Kenyan lives, to those who are doing business with the state, to those who are determining prices of what we buy, and so on. So I think there was very good texture.
Yeah.
Ideally, we would have wanted to hear more about the manifestos.
Yeah.
But what I lost in terms of the details of the manifestos, I think I gained 100% by having these confessions about rampant looting and